After learning that the elders from the Star-Moon divine race had come to capture Yuer, Qinxiang and Shui Bingyan became even more anxious and advanced forward at full speed. After learning that the elders from the Star-Moon divine race had come to capture Yuer, Qinxiang and Shui Bingyan became even more anxious and advanced forward at full speed. They probably used some secret methods to track Yuer after finding out that Yuer had left. Using this kind of secret technique might have had some effect on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the heroes gathering Divine City to look for Yuer previously, and would have been following her directly. Qinxiang lies in his heart. He guessed that after the clan elder used a secret technique, there was a high chance that his power would drop. If this elder was really the Star-Moon divine race's second leader, then his power must be very strong. Even Shui Bingyan would not be able to deal with him. At that time, not only would he not be able to save Yuer, he might even be killed. Qinxiang advanced at full speed. In merely half a day's time, Shui Bingyan had already sensed that Yuer was nearby. Elder Brother Shin, you can stop now. That old man is already with Yuer, Shui Bingyan said. Even though she was innocent, she knew that it was not good to be discovered by the other party. After Qinxiang stopped, he used the SPAC domain S to envelop both him and Shui Bingyan, preventing them from being discovered by the other party. This place was filled with black boulders and strange stones that spanned 1,000 miles. Qinxiang only found out that these black boulders were star fragments that had fallen from the sky after he had felt a trace of star power from these stones. Yuer stopped here, Shui Bingyan said. Qinxiang suddenly understood that the elder of the Star-Moon divine race did not have the ability to track Yuer. He had only guessed that Yuer would come to this place because there were countless pieces of stars here that could very likely be related to Yuer. He could also tell from the fragments of the stars that these boulders had existed for a very long time. There were still traces of star power inside them. It was obvious that the stars that had fallen here were not ordinary stars. Yuer, now is not the time to be grumpy. Something big has happened within the clan. Furthermore, you have been out for so long, and everyone has missed you. You must go back now. Qinxiang heard the old voice. The voice sounded extremely benevolent. It did not seem to be scheming at all. I'm not going back right now. I want to stay here for a while longer. Elder, go back and tell them that I miss them very much. When my mood is better, I will naturally go back. Yuer was also very clear. She didn't directly ask this elder about the samsara sacrifice because she was very clear that if she asked now, there would definitely be no good ending, and she would definitely be caught. That was why she pretended that she didn't know anything and fought with this elder. Seeing that Yuer was adamant on not returning, this elder did not suspect anything, but was a little angry because the time for the samsara sacrifice was about to come. If he could not kill Yuer at that time, the living Yuer would obtain those powers. Yuer, no matter what, you must return with me today. The elder's expression darkened as he solemnly said, If you don't obediently return with me, then I can only forcefully bring you back. Although it was daytime, and the sky was only a blue sky, Yuer could see a spirit. She suddenly meowed and said, Before, did I do this many times? Every time I come here, I don't want to go back. Hearing this, the elder's body trembled as he blankly stared at Yuer, who was squatting on top of a black rock. Yuer wagged her tail, continuing, This is my sudden feeling. This feeling is very familiar. It is as if I have experienced it many times. Qinxiang was also very nervous at this moment. If Yuer said something like that, this elder would definitely strike with killing intent. Come back with me. After the elder recovered from his shock, he gave a loud shout and waved his hand, forming a huge white net. Just as it was about to envelop Yuer, the black stone that Yuer was sitting on turned red and burst into a blinding red light. Qinxiang, who was standing far away, was extremely shocked. Star Blood S, HI plus ELD. The elder shouted in alarm. The net he released was empty, and he didn't catch Yuer. At this moment, She was squatting on another black stone. Yuera lightly said, "So this is the star blood SHI plus ELD. It's a very familiar name." Chun Xiang, who was originally very nervous, was now secretly overjoyed. It could be seen that Yuera's memories were gradually recovering. This is happening again. It seemed that they had already experienced this before. Yuera would eventually awaken some memories before the arrival of the samsara sacrifice. Yuera suddenly asked in a mocking tone, "How many more days until samsara sacrifice comes? All these years you have carried on so many times, yet you only have this little power. You all are useless. I really have died so many times for nothing." Hearing Yuera's words, the elder was surprised at first, but after thinking about it carefully, Yuera did not awaken her memories, so her knowledge of the samsara sacrifice should have been told to her by someone else. "Who told you these things? Since you already know about the samsara sacrifice, then I don't need to hide it anymore." The elder took out a disc that looked like an incredible treasure. "Only the few of us elders and clan leaders know about the samsara sacrifice. I am very curious who exactly told you. Did you believe what all beast divine Lord told me?" Yuera laughed coldly. "Wu Tsang, you people have been here for so many years. Don't tell me you don't feel the slightest bit guilty?" "No, because your sacrifice will allow us to obtain great power, and not long after, all of us will become divine Lord." The elder, called Wu Tsang, said expressionlessly, "But we will thank you in our hearts. This is because without the samsara sacrifice, we will definitely not be able to break through and would only be eliminated. Using you, Xingyue, to obtain powerful strength is a tradition of the star-moon divine race for many years." Yuera said angrily, "The only one who benefits is you, right? It has nothing to do with the entire star-moon divine race." Wu Tsang scoffed, who said there isn't. "If not for our power, how would star-moon divine race be on equal footing with the other 3 great D clans?" Yuera's eyes suddenly turned red as she shouted, "If you don't kill me that many times with my current strength, let alone being on equal footing with the other 3 D race, we won't have a problem forcing them to surrender. It is precisely because you are strong that we want to kill you even more. Your rise will only threaten our position." Wu Tsang said cruelly as he threw out the disc in his hand. The moment the disc flew out, it shone with a white light, S.H.I, plus Ning on Yuera's body. Yuera originally wanted to use the star blood S.H.I plus ELD, but who would have thought that after the white light shot over, it had turned into a small white cage. The moment the disc flew out, it shone with a white light S.H.I plus Ning on Yuera's body. Yuera originally wanted to use the star blood S.H.I plus ELD, but who would have thought that after the white light shot over, it had turned into a small white cage. This cage was created by divine Lord Xingyue and the few elders years ago and was specially designed to deal with you. We have used it many times over the years, and every time you were unable to escape. Don't worry, when we kill you will not feel any pain." Wu Tsang walked over and picked up the cage as he laughed. It was obvious that during all these years, Yuera had not been obedient until now, which was why she refined such a magical equipment specifically to deal with her. Yuera, who was trapped in the cage, struggled and screamed, but couldn't come out. Yuera could use the power of the SPAC laws, but she couldn't use them in her cage right now. The samsara sacrifice is about to start. There are still 10 days. Wu Tsang lifted up the cage and laughed at Yuera. "Little darling, behave yourself, and take the chance to enjoy it properly. After a while, you will forget about all these." As long as they completed samsara sacrifice and waited for Yuera to be reborn, they would take away this memory and let Yuera continue to live as she had in the past. Yuera wouldn't know either, and the clan members inside Star Moon Divine Race wouldn't notice. This meant that Yuera's memories would be searched once, and everything regarding her and Chen Xiang would be exposed by then. This was something Yuera didn't want to see happen, And what made her heart ache was that she didn't want to lose the memory she had with Shui Bingyan, Qin Xiang, and the others. This memory was extremely precious to her. Bingyan, do it! Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Shui Bingyan, and she was ready for it. Upon hearing the sound transmission from Qin Xiang, she immediately used her strongest power, and her entire body erupted with blue light. Wu Tsang and Yuer both suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying, icy cold power. After Yuer sensed this familiar aura, she was ecstatic in her heart, but she was also a little worried because she knew Wu Tsang's strength. She was worried that Shui Bingyan wouldn't be able to handle it. Shui Bingyan and Wu Tsang were separated by a long distance, but Shui Bingyan was able to use a very mysterious method to seal Wu Tsang's wife with ice just a short distance away from him. Qin Xiang took advantage of this moment to retrieve the cages that held Yuer. Then he quickly teleported away with Shui Bingyan. Just as Qin Xiang had teleported away, a very strong explosion occurred at the place he was originally at, and in an instant, it turned into a huge crater. Shui Bingyan's ice seal could only freeze Wu Tsang for an extremely short period of time, but it was enough for Qin Xiang to save Yuer. I can beat him, Shui Bingyan said in a low voice. We can't fight him even if we can. Our goal is to save Yuer. Qin Xiang brought her and teleported. Although Shui Bingyan said that. But after the fight breaks out between Shui Bingyan and Yu Yang, maybe the elders from the Star Moon Divine race will come to support them. At that time, Shui Bingyan will not be able to fight everywhere. Qin Xiang was very confident in his escaping abilities, adding that he had concealed his own presence, that Wu Tsang was definitely unable to discover him. When he was near Shui Bingyan, Wu Tsang did not notice anything. But what infuriated Wu Tsang the most was that he did not know who saved Yuer, nor did he leave any trace of his presence behind. 3 days had said, and Qin Xiang did his best to teleport for 3 days. He had already returned to the Supreme Divine Palace, but he did not go there because he felt that it was not safe enough. In the BAS, EM, E, and T of the 10th Dan Hall, Qin Xiang took Yuer out from the cage. This is great. I have this thing that is specifically meant to catch you in my hands. Let's see how they will catch you in the future. Qin Xiang smiled, looked at the round plate in his hand, and then put it away. Yuer threw herself into Shui Bingyan's embrace, and Shui Bingyan held her tightly. Qin Xiang, thank you. Little Moon looked at her gratefully. There's no need to be polite. We're friends. All right, why did you go there? That old man clearly knew where you would go. Qin Xiang said. I don't know either. I just felt that I was suddenly going there, which was why I went there. Who knew that he would suddenly come? Yuer said. When I went to that place, a very familiar feeling suddenly emerged in my mind. The star blood SHI plus ELD that I used previously was also a memory that came from that time. Shui Bingyan asked, then, if you want to recover your memories, are you going to that place as well? That place had definitely been sent by Wu Tsang and the others to search for it, so they definitely could not return there. Yuer shook her head. I don't know either. Right now, I feel that even if I don't search through those memories, it doesn't matter. It's enough to have the memories of the two of you together. Yuer only felt that the memories she had with Qin Xiang and the others were real. Previously, the memories she had were all injected into others and had been modified. When Qin Xiang returned, he had covered the cage with something, and it was at night, so no one had discovered him. Now, he definitely could not let Yuer show herself casually. If not, the Star Moon Divine race would definitely do everything he could to catch her. Feng Yujie immediately returned to the 10th hall when he found out that Qin Xiang had returned. Yuer. When Feng Yujie saw Yuer flying over, he hurriedly wrapped her up. Then, he lovingly stroked her fur. I won't make you worry anymore. Yuer and Feng Yujie's relations. HI plus P was also very good, just like Shui Bingyan, as if they were relatives. Qin Xiang laughed. Fortunately, I can still make it to the compet. 110. Feng Yujie said, because multiple powers are fighting at the same time, there's a delay in time. The compet. 1. Tie-in starts in a month, and there's still plenty of time. Chen Xiang, can you help me go to that place to find something? I feel that there is something extremely important there. So every time Samsara sacrifice is about to arrive, that thing would always call for me to go to that place. Wu Tsang and the others probably don't know about this. Yuer felt that restoring her memories wasn't important anymore, but she desperately needed more powerful energy. She needed people she could protect right now. So Feng Yujie and Shui Bingyan might be implicated because they were together. All right. Yuer was also aware that it was very safe for Chen Xiang to travel alone. In order to help Yuer, Chen Xiang would definitely not delay it, and he hoped that Yuer would be able to wield a powerful strength. After Chen Xiang and Shui Bingyan saved Yuer, Wu Tsang, the second in command of the Star Moon Divine Race, started to attack crazily in the Star Graveyard. He didn't know who saved Yuer, but before he could even see her, the other party had disappeared without a trace. After Chen Xiang and Shui Bingyan saved Yuer, Wu Tsang, the second in command of the Star Moon Divine Race, started to attack crazily in the Star Graveyard. He didn't know who saved Yuer, but before he could even see her, the other party had disappeared without a trace. Yuer had disappeared, and furthermore, they already knew about the matters of the Samsara sacrifice. Furthermore, there were still powerful friends helping her, which made the higher-ups of the Star Moon Divine Race extremely worried, because if they didn't find Yuer before the arrival of the Samsara sacrifice, they might be facing Yuer's revenge in the future. Wu Tsang, you have always been extremely cautious, but at this critical moment you made a mistake. Now, the little thing's whereabouts was unknown, and the only cage that you could grab was also taken. An old man stomped his feet in anger. Although he was not as strong as Wu Tsang, he could not help but scold Wu Tsang when he was angry. Wu Tsang's expression was extremely ugly as he said in a cold voice, "You can't blame me for this. For all these years, you have often miscalculated the matters of the Samsara sacrifice, and I was the one who saved them at every critical moment. This time it's also your responsibility, and also the time of the Samsara sacrifice. Samsara sacrifice's time is unstable. How could it be so easy to calculate? Back then, it was also because of the frequent miscalculations of the Star Moon Divine Lord and the others that they refined that cage in order to catch the little thing more easily. Now that the cage is gone, even if we find the little thing, it would still be difficult to catch it." The old man retorted, "Calculating the time in the Samsara sacrifice is originally uncontrollable, but you grabbed onto the little thing so easily. You made a mistake on this matter. It's your responsibility. If something were to happen, they would not think of a way to solve it. Instead, they would criticize one another and evade responsibility. Compared to them, they were all worried that they would be blamed by that clan chief. Don't tell this to the patriarch for now. If he knows that Lil Thing and the cage have been lost, we'll all be in trouble." Wu Tsang also knew that now was not the time to argue, so they had to hurry up and think of a way to get Yuer back. The old man said, "What can you do? We don't have any leads right now. There are too many DS that are using the power of the ice. Where are we going?" Wu Tsang said, "To the Supreme Divine Palace. Lil Thing went to the Supreme Divine Palace earlier. Investigate who she has been in contact with, and then start from there. Go with the rest of you. Supreme Divine Palace's Mu Chin is famous for protecting Lil Thing. At that time, even if you find out who is related to Lil Thing, I think he will protect you. For the sake of protecting a little imp, he would definitely form a huge grudge with the Prince Divine Lions. As one of the D clans, they definitely knew about it. For them right now, the Supreme Divine Palace was the only clue they had. Even if it was Mu Chin who offended the Supreme Divine Palace, they would have to do it. After all, if they were to face the strong experts of the Supreme Divine Palace alone, they would feel unconfident. Wu Tsang did not go, but rather stayed in the Star Graveyard. Every time the Samsara sacrifice was about to start over the years, Yue would always come to this place. He had this doubt a long time ago, but he could catch Yue in the past and search her memories for information. However, this time Yue ran away, so he decided to carefully explore this star graveyard to see what secrets were hidden here. Chun Xiang rested inside the Supreme Divine Palace for a day, then left to head towards the star graveyard. Originally, Shui Bingyan wanted to go with him, but he was still somewhat worried, so he let Shui Bingyan accompany Yue. After all, Shui Bingyan was very strong, and she said that she could fight with the Hall Master herself. Before he left, Qin Xiang had also learned something about that place from Yue. Yue had told him that that place was called the Star Graveyard and was extremely famous in the Star-Moon Divine Race. It was just that, according to the legends, there were many stars that had appeared in that place for unknown reasons and had existed there for many years. But Yue had said that there was something there that was calling her, which was why she had asked Qin Xiang to look for it. It took Qin Xiang 5 days to reach the Star Graveyard. He didn't need to flee. He also slowed down when he came and started to conceal himself when he was near the Star Graveyard. He could sense the remnant of an aura in the surroundings from afar, which was the result of Wu Tsang's reckless attacks when he was angry. This old fellow should still be here. Chan Xiang was extremely cautious. He released his probability divine soul and flew into the air, then looked down at the ground. Soon after, he discovered that Wu Tsang was sitting on top of a large black boulder. Yue also didn't know where the thing that was calling her was, so Chen Xiang needed to search for it bit by bit. It was extremely difficult, not to mention that Wu Tsang was still at that place. Chen Xiang did not enter the Star Graveyard. He was worried that he would be discovered by Wu Tsang. 2 days had passed, and Wu Tsang still hadn't left. He had already exchanged for a few large rocks, and he had even broken quite a few of them. What is he doing? Is he looking for something? Qin Xiang was shocked. He did not wish for Wu Tsang to find the thing that called here. Qin Xiang couldn't care so much now. He quietly entered the Star Graveyard. He didn't know how to look for it. He could only use his own mystical techniques. The Chaos Divine Eye and the Source Spirit Eyes allowed him to see things that were difficult to see with his naked eyes. He had just used the Chaos Divine Eye, but he did not discover anything, and after using the Chaos Divine Eye to search for more than 2 hours, he did not find anything, and then used the Source Spirit Eyes. I wonder if the Chaos Divine Eye and the Source Spirit Eyes can be merged together. Chun Xiang's heart stirred. He immediately used the Philosophic Stone and began to comprehend the 2 methods. He wanted to find a fusion point from within. Let's leave this place first. We don't want any disturbance when we merge together. Chun Xiang immediately left the Star Graveyard. Before he left, he also paid attention to Wu Tsang. This Wu Tsang was still looking for something, but he did not discover anything. After leaving the Star Graveyard, Chen Xiang once again calmed down and tried to comprehend the 2 cultivation techniques used to cultivate the eyes. The 2 techniques had something in common, but the usage of the 2 techniques were different. Although Chen Xiang was far away from the Star Graveyard, he could still hear waves of MUF-led booms that were accompanied by the shaking of the earth. It was clear that Wu Tsang was SMAs.H.I, plussing apart the black boulders, wanting to see what was hidden inside. Although Chen Xiang was far away from the Star Graveyard, he could still hear waves of MUF-led booms that were accompanied by the shaking of the earth. It was clear that Wu Tsang was SMAs.H.I, plussing apart the black boulders, wanting to see what was hidden inside. Wu Tsang also lost his patience. Previously, he was still probing with the stones, but after more than 10 days, he did not discover anything, so he was now floating in the air. He used his powerful strength to destroy a large area, shattering the pieces of the stars. Qin Xiang was very worried that Wu Tsang would discover something, and right now he had already made progress on the 2 methods of fusing the Chaos Divine Eye and the Source Spirit Eyes. He was immersed in the cultivation method combination practice and 2 days had passed, said before he knew it. At this time, the sky had just brightened. He opened his eyes and faintly smiled. He should have succeeded. When he was in the forest, he immediately used this newly merged technique to look around him. When he saw the trees, he could clearly see the energy circulating and the water circulating inside the trees. I didn't consume too much energy, and now I have directly consumed my 6 realms power. Moreover, I have also fused the effects of the Chaos Divine Eye and the Source Spirit Eyes. Other than that, I can see much more clearly than before. Chun Xiang closed his eyes and stopped the technique. Let's call it Dao Heart Eye. Because when he was looking, not only did he use his eyes to look, he also used his heart to look. Chun Xiang familiarized himself for a moment, and then activated Dao Heart Eye once again. This time he was not only startled, because when he used his full strength, he could actually see all sorts of different colored things around him. Some were ribbon spinning, some are spiraling, some are globes, some are pulsing like flames, some are flowing like a river, flowing in all directions, and some are like a suspended spider web that covered the entire land. After activating the Dao Heart Eye with all of his strength, the entire world had fallen into this multicolored world. He only felt that when he went to another world, he would be surrounded by all kinds of strange shapes and colors, with floating objects in all 4 directions. This should be the divine energy of the fire attribute. Chun Xiang looked at the small, flickering CLUs, turs of flame floating back and forth. It was pitifully few in number here, especially when compared to the large amount of blue mist. Chun Xiang used his fingertip to absorb a bit of it, and he could feel that it was water attributed. No wonder Shui Bingyan was so powerful. In this world, water-attributed energy was the strongest. There were originally only a few types of elemental energy in the world, but over the years they had undergone various collisions and fuses, resulting in the birth of all sorts of elemental energy. If I were to compare them, perhaps they would be able to give birth to a Tao spirit. Chun Xiang saw an extremely glaring flame in the distance. It was a ball of fire-type divine spirit chi that had gathered together and was gradually fusing together, preparing to merge into one. He kept his Dao Heart Eye and then closed his eyes to take a few deep breaths. To be able to see so much energy of this world and this existence made him extremely excited. We can leave for that place now. That old fellow probably hasn't found it yet. Chun Xiang could still hear the rumbling sounds. He had not found the thing that was hidden inside the star graveyard. Chun Xiang quietly snuck over and arrived at the star graveyard. Originally, there were many gigantic shattered rocks here, but they had all become small now and had already been flattened by more than half of Wu Tsang's effort over the past few days. When Chun Xiang arrived, he immediately used the Dao Heart Eye. He split the Dao Heart Eye into 3 layers, and the first layer allowed him to directly see through the things that were moving inside, such as the paths of energy flow inside the plants, while the second layer allowed him to see the spirit blood-s and the like. This was only used when refining pills. And the third level was where one could see the natural power of the great Tao in the world, just like before. Now that he was using his second layer of strength, he could see things that could be seen on the second layer. Moreover, he needed to see things even more thoroughly than his source spirit eyes, and he felt that it was enough to find the things that were hidden here. When he used the second stage of the Dao Heart Eye's power, he could see that there were many white and light yellow floating clouds. These faint clouds of air were originally made from the power of the stars, and were originally hidden inside the black boulders. He could clearly see the various large and small black rocks on the ground. The stones seemed to have blood vessels and meridians, and a faint white or yellow energy flowed within them. The veins in the rocks would intertwine, so they could circulate within the rocks. What Chun Xiang found strange was that although these stones had already been broken, there was still a large amount of star power that had yet to flow out from within the stones and continued to circulate. It was not easy to find things inside stones of all sizes. Furthermore, he had to avoid being discovered by Wu Tsang. This star graveyard was also very large. Wu Tsang was currently destroying them on the other side, while Chen Xiang was searching this area. Even though he did not find them, he had discovered some strange phenomena. For example, the star power inside the stone would not flow out of the stone unless the stone was completely broken down. For example, the star power inside the stone would not flow out of the stone unless the stone was completely broken down. After careful observation, Qin Xiang found another shocking phenomenon. It was that a large amount of star power that was scattered all over the place was revolving at an extremely slow speed, just like the Milky Way. If he did not use the Tao Heart Eye to observe carefully, it would be difficult to discover it just by relying on his senses. This should be a circular whirlpool. If that's the case, then the center of the whirlpool must be hiding something, which is why it can cause so many stars to revolve. Qin Xiang was suddenly secretly happy in his heart. If it was really like this, then it was very likely that the thing was not hiding inside the rock. Instead, it was underground, and it was even more likely that it was underground. It was because the object could produce a weak force to drive the star power to rotate, but the speed of the rotation was extremely slow. It was obvious that the power of the object was obstructed. After Qin Xiang observed the rotation of the whirlpool, he found a direction and walked towards the center. As long as he got near, he might be able to see the center of the whirlpool. It's clear that he is absorbing the star power, but the rate at which he is absorbing it is very slow. Wu Tsang is the second in command of the Star-Moon Divine Race, so he should be the one cultivating the star power as well. But he did not realize that the power he had obtained was all from the samsara sacrifice. This has caused him to gradually lose his most acute perception of the star power. Qin Xiang guessed that when he got closer, he could already see the center. Qin Xiang made some important discoveries, but he did not let his guard down and continued to be cautious of that Wu Tsang. Just as he neared the center of the vortex, he sensed that something had entered his spatial perception. Other than Wu Tsang, there was no one else here. Qin Xiang made some important discoveries, but he did not let his guard down and continued to be cautious of that Wu Tsang. Just as he neared the center of the vortex, he sensed that something had entered his spatial perception. Other than Wu Tsang, there was no one else here. When Wu Tsang came over, he immediately turned into a black stone. Who is here? Although you have hidden yourself well, I have already discovered you. Wu Tsang arrived here very quickly, but he did not discover anything. He was sure that he wasn't mistaken. Just now, he had sensed traces of aura fluctuations. Being so cautious was within Qin Xiang's expectations, so he was not surprised he was already lying quietly on the ground like a rock, and Wu Tsang did not notice him. Right now, Qin Xiang was close to the center of the vortex of star power. Even though Wu Tsang had arrived here, he did not discover the vortex. Could it be that my senses were wrong? Wu Tsang muttered as he looked around him. The surroundings were completely flat, and there was no way to hide, and there was even a trace of other people's aura, which he could clearly feel. Wu Tsang flew to another place to investigate, then became a smaller stone, controlling himself to float slowly towards the vortex. Not long after, Qin Xiang arrived at the center of the whirlpool. Upon arriving here, as long as one gave it a careful sensing, one would realize that a weak portion of the star power was being slowly absorbed by something below. Just as Qin Xiang was about to leave, Wu Tsang flew back. No wonder I sensed movement here just now. So the star power here is being gathered by something. It's just that because it's too weak, I didn't notice it before. Wu Tsang descended to the ground and looked at the center of the vortex with furrowed brows. In truth, there was nothing here. It was just that when Qin Xiang used the Tao Heart Eye, he could see the movement of the star power here, while Wu Tsang could feel it through his senses. Qin Xiang scolded himself in his heart. Right now, Wu Tsang was right beside him, and Wu Tsang did not know that there was a rock that had turned into a person right next to his feet. The center of Wu Tsang's palm faced that whirlpool and condensed into a ball of white light. After a boom sound, the ground trembled, rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and the place turned into a huge pit. Chen Xiang anxiously teleported high up in the sky. Looking down from the sky, he could see that there was a triangular slab of stone within the pit. There were spirit grayness on it, and it was emitting a weak light. After the stone tablet was exposed, large amounts of star power crazily flowed into it, causing the spirit grain on the triangular stone tablet to emit even more intense rays of light. The stellar HELL. Wu Tsang shouted in alarm, and his face was full of fear. Qin Xiang also felt that something was wrong. Seeing Wu Tsang fleeing so quickly, he immediately teleported as well. With how powerful Wu Tsang was, to even fear this thing, it could be seen that this stone was extremely dangerous. As the two of them were fleeing, they suddenly felt a suction force on them. It was also at this time that Chen Xiang, who had somehow turned into stone, turned back into his human form. "Who are you?" Wu Tsang saw Qin Xiang because both he and Qin Xiang were being pulled towards the triangular flagstone. Qin Xiang did not reply, but did his best to activate the Six Realms' power to help himself break free from the suction force, because if he continued absorbing, he would be swallowed by the stone. "Was that little thing saved by you? What a clever concealment technique. I was by my side the whole time, but I didn't notice it. Don't struggle anymore. We'll definitely be sucked in." Wu Tsang's face became sinister. "Although I'm being sucked in, I'm not dead. At most, I'll just be trapped inside. But before I go in, I'm going to kill you." Wu Tsang raised his hand and released a powerful white light towards Qin Xiang. When Chen Xiang flew over, he felt a scorching qi and became terrified. However, this force was absorbed by the triangular flagstone in the middle of the process. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. He did not have the slightest understanding towards that stone tablet. All he knew was that Wu Tsang had called it star HELL. The triangle slate absorbed the force that Wu Tsang used to hit it, causing an even stronger suction force, allowing Qin Xiang and Wu Tsang to be pulled towards it quickly. Approaching the stone tablet, Qin Xiang's vision went black and then appeared in a world with a dusky sky. After swallowing Qin Xiang and Wu Tsang, the triangle slate sucked all the broken rocks and soil over and buried himself deep underground again, as if he had a mind of his own. Old B-A-S-T-A-R-D, if you hadn't violently blasted that thing out, we wouldn't have come to this D-A-M, Ned Place. After Chen Xiang arrived at this place, he realized that his Six Realms power could not leave his body at all. As long as it left his body, it would immediately be absorbed. Wu Tsang was also like this, as he was from the star-moon divine race and naturally trained in the power of the stars and moon, which was very strong as well, and he was still 2G delay with about 20 divine deity. The power of the stars and moon in the divine sense, was very vast. But no matter how hard he tried, the moment the power of the star and moon left his body, it would immediately lose control and sink into the ground beneath his feet. If a large amount of the power of the stars and moon appeared in the divine sense it would all be drawn out of his body. "Human brat, what sort of origin do you have? After saving this little thing, you actually came back to search for the things hidden here. What secret did this little thing tell you?" Wu Tsang was also very angry at this moment. He was several tens of meters away from Qin Xiang, and when he asked, he had already rushed towards Qin Xiang with quick steps. Wu Tsang could not use his valiant power of the moon and stars, but he was extremely confident in the strength of his own body. His current speed was also very fast, and like a gust of wind he flew over, and his hand that was like a sharp and powerful eagle claw fiercely grabbed towards Qin Xiang's throat with lightning speed. Old B-A-S-T-A-R-D let out a cold laugh. His fist was as fast as lightning, the supreme D-Bone allowed his body to wield a strong and dense power. His reaction was also extremely fast. He dodged in a flash and smashed his fist onto Wu Tsang's face. Bang! Qin Xiang's fist was extremely ruthless as it smashed from the side into Wu Tsang's skinny old face, causing a loud sound to ring out. Wu Tsang's teeth were also knocked out a few times, and he was sent flying while spitting out blood. Wu Tsang never thought that the human Qinxiang would have such a strong and robust body. With such power, he rarely fought with humans, and usually he would only fight with beasts, so in his eyes humans were usually many times weaker than beasts. But now Wu Tsang's attack that was launched at such a fast speed was actually avoided by Qinxiang. At the same time that Qinxiang dodged, he gave him a heavy punch. "You are not human." Although Wu Tsang punched Wu Tsang, he could still quickly crawl back up and cover his face as he shouted towards Qinxiang. Then he spat out the blood and broken teeth in his mouth. "You are not human." Although Wu Tsang punched Wu Tsang, he could still quickly crawl back up and cover his face as he shouted towards Qinxiang. Then he spat out the blood and broken teeth in his mouth. "You're not human. Don't think of humans as weak." Qinxiang snorted. Wu Tsang was an elder of the Star-Moon divine race, a strong star and crescent beast. Wu Tsang found it hard to believe and rushed over once again. "Impossible, a human's body is not that strong. What kind of beast are you?" Previously, Wu Tsang had been careless and got hit by Qinxiang because of that. Now, he knew that Qinxiang also had a decent amount of strength, so he was on guard, being unable to use 6 realms' power. Qinxiang's power had been restricted greatly, but he felt that it was still possible to deal with this Wu Tsang. Back when he was at 9 Heaven World, he had already learnt a few offensive techniques that specialized in using the power of the fleshly body. This time, Wu Tsang's attack was changed to a palm strike. He did not have any sort of palm technique, but his palm strike speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already landed on Qinxiang's body. This time Wu Tsang struck Qinxiang. His palm was extremely strong. Just as he was about to punch out, Qinxiang suddenly grabbed his wrist. "You!" Wu Tsang was startled, because this was not what he expected. Originally, he thought that if he struck Qinxiang with his palm, Qinxiang would be injured to a certain degree, and that he would be able to defeat him in one go. When Qinxiang grabbed Wu Tsang, he sneered and then directly slapped Wu Tsang with his palm. "Pa!" With a crisp sound, Qinxiang gave Wu Tsang a very vicious slap on his face. His old face was swollen just a moment ago, and now he had even slapped it ruthlessly. "Old B, A-S-T-A-R-D, this is for you, Air." When Qinxiang thought about Yu'er, he became extremely furious. He kicked at Wu Tsang's abdomen, causing him to scream in pain. "Tell me honestly, where did Yu'er come from, and why did Divine Lord Xingyue use such a method to deal with her?" Qinxiang's finger was like a sword, instantly tapping dozens of times on Wu Tsang's body, causing the bones of his veins to be broken. Although Qinxiang asked, he did not give Wu Tsang the chance to reply, as he frantically slapped Wu Tsang's face, to the point where Wu Tsang was stunned. Roar! Suddenly, a white light flashed on Wu Tsang's body and turned into a golden tiger, roaring madly at Qinxiang. So his original form was a tiger. Qinxiang was not afraid in the slightest as he jumped over. Both of his feet kicked frantically, and the shadows of his feet were like a torrential storm. When Wu Tsang transformed into a tiger, his body became even bigger and clumsy. Furthermore, after being beaten up by Qinxiang, his reaction became even slower, and he was unable to dodge at all. In just an instant, the tiger head was kicked by Qinxiang over 100 times, until he fell to the ground. Wu Tsang then transformed back into his human form, wailing as he laid on the ground, and said angrily, "Human brat, you will definitely die a horrible death. Don't think that Yu'er can find yourself by staying away from this samsara sacrifice. I'll tell you this, if Yu'er doesn't sacrifice herself like last time, when the Star-Moon Ancestor Emperor revives, let's see how you handle this." "Who is the Star-Moon Ancestor Emperor? Speak clearly." Qinxiang grabbed his hair and stared at him. "He is the father of the Divine Lord. He is much stronger than the All-Beast Divine Lord. He has been cultivating in deep sleep, and every once in a while we have to conduct a session of the samsara sacrifice to allow him to absorb a large amount of the star and moon's energy. At that time, we would only be able to absorb a little. Wu Tsang laughed sinisterly. If Ancestor Emperor does not have the power, he will definitely wake up. Even if all beast divine Lord revives, it won't be able to stop him. Chun Xiang's expression became heavy. He believed what Wu Tsang had said because he remembered something big that Huang Jintian calculated using the Heaven Extended Method, something that would change the flow of the world because of him. It was because he left Yuer that the samsara sacrifice could not continue. This would wake up the so-called Star Moon Ancestor Emperor, and at that time the world situation would definitely change greatly. You must be from Supreme Divine Palace. You don't want the entire Supreme Divine Palace to be destroyed, so you better hurry up and think of a way to have Yuer obediently return. Wishful thinking. Chun Xiang slapped him. What's wrong with this Star Moon H-E-L-L? I want to get out of here as soon as possible. Wu Tsang was scared of Chun Xiang's beating. He himself was scared of death and was also afraid of pain, so he could only cooperate with Chun Xiang obediently. This is a special technique that our Star Moon Divine race used to imprison moon and star creatures. If it violates the laws, the moon and stars would land and use this kind of stone to imprison these moon and star creatures. And we accidentally saw it, so we were sucked in. Wu Tsang said. Chun Xiang felt that this was extremely unbelievable. Who made this rock? It couldn't have been born naturally, could it? Wu Tsang said. This was made by the Star Law Divine Realm. I presume that it was used to imprison us back then, but for other reasons, it did not succeed. Yuer should have come over at that time. She should be the law enforcer. But she was caught by the Star Moon Ancestor Emperor and used by the Star Moon Ancestor Emperor. That's why the samsara sacrifice appeared. Star Law Divine Realm. These divine nations were already very powerful in Chun Xiang's eyes, but now this Star Law Divine Realm looked even more terrifying. Don't even think about it, we can't get out. Wu Tsang sneered. We will only die here, this way we can avoid the anger of Ancestor Emperor after he wakes up. Chun Xiang shook Wu Tsang to the side, then grabbed a handful of soil. He realized that the soil here was a little different, as it actually contained a very dense amount of star power, just that it could not be absorbed. Old B. A-S-T-A-R-D. I remember the last time you captured Yuer. Didn't you say that there were still 10 days until samsara sacrifice? It should have already been 10 days since then. Chun Xiang said, that's when our samsara sacrifice begins. Just by being prepared, we have to use over 10 days to set up the array. And we also have to let a large portion of the power of the stars and moon rush into the Ancestor Emperor's underground palace. So right now there should be another 7 days until the power of the stars and moon descends. It's already too late. The Ancestor Emperor will definitely wake up. No one can stop us. Wu Tsang laughed. You can't be that absolute. The Ancestor Emperor you all speak of is just a fugitive from death who violated the laws of the stars and moon. The sudden voice that came from the sky startled Chun Xiang and Wu Tsang. There was someone else in this empty prison. From the way he spoke, the person who spoke should have a very good understanding of the Ancestor Emperor. Chun Xiang rejoiced in his heart. This way, he would have a higher chance of getting out. From the way he spoke, the person who spoke should have a very good understanding of the Ancestor Emperor. Chun Xiang rejoiced in his heart. This way, he would have a higher chance of getting out. Who is it? Wu Tsang shouted. Who the H-E-L-L are you? Weren't you supposed to use this Star Moon H-E-L-L to seal the Ancestor Emperor? Chun Xiang had already heard the sound of footsteps. He immediately turned his head to the side. There was a faint white mist, and someone was quickly running over from that direction. Very quickly. Chun Xiang was shocked. In a few seconds, the man rushed over from that faraway location. You have to know that this place can only use the power of the flesh, and that speed was already close to teleportation. This was a middle-aged man with long, messy hair. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, a full beard, and he was extremely tall. He wore gray clothes and had a stone sword at his waist. It was made very rough. You. Who are you? Wu Tsang was frightened. The power of his flesh body was enough to tyrannize over him, and the middle-aged man looked even more terrifying. I am the first guest here. I am very happy that you all have come here. I very much welcome you all. The middle-aged man laughed out loud. Chun Xiang cursed inwardly. He was not happy to be here. Just who are you? Wu Tsang asked. This star moon H.E.L. I was prepared for me. After I was locked in here, I was sealed in a very large star, and then I seem to have landed in some other place, but I don't have anything to do here, and as for the you mentioned, he should be my little buddy from Star Law Divine Realm. It's a pity that he didn't come in, but there are 2 more inside. The middle-aged man patted on Chun Xiang's shoulder, making Chun Xiang feel pain. Chun Xiang asked, Senior, then do you know Yue? She is a cute little white cat. So it turned out that this star moon H.E.L. I could hold many prisoners. The reason why this star moon H.E.L. came here was probably to bring in the ancestor emperor. However, there was an accident, and so it did not succeed. You err. The middle-aged man stroked his chin. I've never heard of this name, but I do know about the cute little white cat. This little white cat is very famous for sending people into Star Moon H.E.L. I already knew that she was going to bring in a big guy. Wu Tsang sneered. She is dealing with our ancestor emperor. It is normal for her to fail because our ancestor emperor is so powerful. Chun Xiang had guessed it many times, but he didn't think it would be like this. She has failed, but it is definitely not because of your ancestor emperor. Your ancestor emperor's strength alone is not enough to make her fail, and there are other reasons that I am not too clear about. The middle-aged man said, Your ancestor emperor is an ox. Although he is not very famous, I have heard of him before. Wu Tsang did not reply. He was afraid of angering the middle-aged man and getting beaten up again. Right now, he was the weakest among them. Maybe when Chun Xiang was bored, he would still beat him up. Wu Tsang thought to himself that he would have to stay here for a long time and would get beaten up any time, causing his face to turn green. Senior, why were you brought in? Chun Xiang asked curiously. You don't look like an evil person either. It was just an accident that I accidentally killed an important figure inside the Star Law Divine Realm and was brought inside. At most, I could have just gone into exile, but I thought about it and decided to obediently accept the judgment of the Star Law Divine Realm. The middle-aged man laughed and said, I'm not bad indeed. It's just that sometimes I'm impulsive and often cause trouble. Chun Xiang also laughed. I also cause trouble quite a bit. I have been here for quite some time now. Little brother Chun Xiang, I wonder what big brother's name is. Yang Tianyi, you brat, although you don't seem strong. You are actually so terrifying when it comes to beating people up. Yang Tianyi could obviously tell that Wu Tsang's cultivation was higher than Chun Xiang's, but his body was not as strong as Chun Xiang's. He was weaker than Chun Xiang by a lot, to the point that he was oppressed by Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang chuckled before asking, Big brother Yang, do you have any way of getting out of here? I can't stay here forever. Yang Tianyi sighed. There's no way out. My strength is also very strong. If the ancestor emperor, the old man, spoke of came, I might be able to kill him immediately, but I have no way of leaving this place. I don't believe you, Wu Tsang said softly. He was extremely confident in his Star Moon Divine race and did not believe that he would be defeated instantly by this sloppy-looking, burly man. Yang Tianyi only smiled slightly and said to Chun Xiang, Don't worry, even though you can't get out. If the enforcer knows that the people here shouldn't be locked up, then you can get out. This Star Moon H.E.L. should be managed by that little white cat. Only she can let you out. Really? But I can't get in touch with her right now. Chun Xiang originally thought that there was some hope, but after thinking about Yuer's current situation, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although her memories have been erased, every once in a while, Xing Yue will give her the power to be reborn, and at that time she will also get new memories. As long as she recovers her memories and knows that there is a star moon underworld here, then it will be fine. Yang Tianyi laughed. That's why you don't have to worry about how terrifying that ancestor emperor is. Wu Tsang grunted softly, because he understood that Yang Tianyi was right. No matter how strong their ancestor emperor was, they would be dragged in no matter what. When Yuera recovered her memories, she would first find this Xing L, and then use it to deal with their ancestor emperor. Seeing Chen Xiang's face relax, Yang Tianyi continued, "Although you don't have to worry about that ancestor emperor, you still have to pay attention to who defeated that little white cat and let that whatever ancestor emperor take advantage of you." This was probably something only Yuera knew. What Qin Xiang could do now was to patiently wait here. Yang Tianyi suddenly grabbed Qin Xiang's arm and pinched it hard, causing Qin Xiang to scream out in pain. "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Qin Xiang shouted in pain. "You don't have bones, I thought you did. Sorry." Yang Tianyi laughed awkwardly. "However, your body is still very scary. You can possess such a degree of power without bones. It seems that you have definitely gone through a lot of tough training over these years. Big brother Yang, don't tell me you have bones." Qin Xiang asked curiously. He was a little excited, because this was the first time he had met someone who possessed bones. "Of course there is. If I didn't have bones, I would have died a long time ago." Yang Tianyi laughed. "Do you want to cultivate or not? I can help you." Of course. Qin Xiang wanted to cultivate bones, but the conditions to cultivate bones were extremely harsh, just like Wu Tsang. He definitely did not have any bones right now. Otherwise, he would not have been beaten so badly by Qin Xiang. Of course, Qin Xiang wanted to cultivate bones, but the conditions to cultivate bones were extremely harsh, just like Wu Tsang. He definitely did not have any bones right now. Otherwise, he would not have been beaten so badly by Qin Xiang. Is it easy to cultivate it? Qin Xiang wanted to understand first. If it took too long, he did not plan to cultivate here, because there were still some important things he needed to do after he left. Cultivating bones is the hardest. Some people would rather give up on raising their cultivation and cultivate their bones as well. Yang Tianyi said. Wu Tsang mocked from the side. "This brat, is he even strong enough to cultivate bones? Judging by his appearance, he should only have 2 divine deity S in his hands, which is too far away. Cultivating bones has nothing to do with divine deity. It's mainly about the foundation of the body. Although your divine deity is more than his, you are far inferior to him in terms of body, so he has the conditions to cultivate bones now. Of course, this does not mean that he will definitely be able to cultivate it." Yang Tianyi said to Wu Tsang very seriously. Wu Tsang stopped talking. The strength of Qin Xiang's body had indeed made him feel afraid, and if Qin Xiang cultivated his bones again, it would definitely be terrifying in the future. Yang Tianyi took out a pile of flowers and plants, which he placed in a broken basket, and said, "If there's fire, then it's best that I refine it." Qin Xiang carefully looked at the things in the basket and said in shock, "These herbs are the bone-level Dan's medicinal ingredients." Yang Tianyi replied with an, "Oh, you know the bone-level Dan too, and you can even recognize that this is the bone-level Dan's medicinal herb. You have seen the bone-level Dan before." Qin Xiang laughed. "I am just a pill G, OD, and am already able to refine Zhongping Dan S. I have bone-level Dan S medicinal ingredients, but I have not been able to gather them because they are too rare." Qin Xiang asked Feng Yujie to be in charge of the purchase. It had already been many days since then, but there was no news of him. He never thought that he would see all of the bone-level Dan's ingredients here. This is a low-quality divine medicine. If it is a middle-quality medicine, then the effects will be better, and eating it directly would also be fine. Of course, if it can be refined into a divine pill, then it would be easier for you to cultivate bones. Yang Tianyi said, "Even though you are a pill G, there is no way to release fire here, and you cannot refine pills." Qin Xiang tried to release the Chuangzhou fire, but just as the flames appeared, the fire energy was suddenly dispersed and was completely absorbed by the strange energy in the place. "I really can't." Qin Xiang sat on the ground and grabbed a handful of soil and said, All of this soil contains a very dense amount of star power. Yang Tianyi said, "This dirt is formed from the power of the stars, but you can't absorb it, nor can you use it. This mud has been formed from the power of the stars, but you can't absorb it, nor can you use it." The only thing he could use was his feeble divine intent, which could still be used to retrieve items from the spatial storage. Chun Xiang looked at the sand in his hands and said, "As long as my energy does not leave my body, I can still use it." Yang Tianyi said, "That's good, but what's the use of not leaving your body?" Chun Xiang laughed. "I can concoct pills in the divine sense sea. Although I have never concocted pills before, I feel that I can give it a try. As long as one had the cultivation of AGOD, they would be able to change their divine sense C into their own storage SPAC. The divine sense C refining pills is indeed a good breakthrough, but it requires a very large and stable divine sense C. Can you?" Yang Tianyi's eyes also lit up. He had never thought of this method before. The divine sense C looked very big when he looked at it from the inside. That was because his divine soul and divine deity were very small to begin with, and would compress even smaller after entering the divine sense C. Normally, he would only put in a few very small storage magic treasure and such, but he would need to put in a pill furnace, and that was also very unstable. It had to be known that the divine sense C was very weak, especially in the insides. If the pill furnace exploded inside the divine sense C, it would seriously injure the divine sense C. No problem. Chun Xiang was not going to use that kind of cauldron to refine pills. He could directly use magic method furnaces. "Big Brother Yang, how many of these medicinal ingredients do you have?" "Bone Level Dan's medicinal ingredients are extremely rare. Where did you get them from?" Chun Xiang looked at the flowers and plants in the basket. The quality was not bad, but because he had stored them for a long time and did not pay too much attention to them, they looked a little lifeless. "I still have a dozen or so. Back then I bought a lot to eat, and after eating the Bone Level Dan I have kept them until now. If you want, you can take them all," Yang Tianyi said as he took out another big pile. Bone Level Dan S had a total of 3 types of medicinal ingredients, which were considered rare among the divine pellets. Chun Xiang picked up a long blade of green GRA SS, which was shaped like a flat band. On the surface, it was covered with very thin hair, and at the top of the tip of the hair there was a very fine granule which emitted a very weak glow. This was called heavenly muscle GRA SS. After the first stage of maturation, it would be around 9 feet long, and it would become a low-grade divine medicine. The Bone Level Dan's medicinal ingredients could continuously evolve, so the Bone Level Dan had an upper rank as well. The second type was a pure black-colored flower called the Blood Bone Divine Flower, where the stamens were like bones S. Upon closer inspection, one could see that each stamen had something that looked like blood, and the petals also had vein-like patterns. If the petals were to be destroyed, a blood-like red liquid would seep out. The last kind was also a flower, but the flower was special. Its petals were red, while the heart of the flower was light-colored. The special thing was the pattern on the flower center. The patterns formed by the spirit grain looked like a sad face. It was said that if the flower was full of vitality, the pattern on the heart of the flower was a smiling face, so the flower was also known as the 7 emotions flower. It had 7 human emotions. Can you succeed? If you can concoct a divine pellet, after eating it, your chance of cultivating bones will be greater. If you can just eat it directly, then you can only try your luck. Yang Tianyi said, eating the Bone Level Dan didn't guarantee that it could cultivate the bones, but it was just that the Bone Level Dan could summon an opportunity, and whether or not it could succeed all depended on him. It was said that the process of condensing the bones was also very difficult, but to have the opportunity to condense the bones was even more difficult. Chun Xiang took out his own spirit liquid and dripped it on top of all of them, improving their quality. When the 7 deity flower turned into a smiling face, it meant that their current quality was the best. Big Brother Yang, is there a lot of this type of medicinal material in your place? Chen Xiang had heard Yang Tiany's tone just now, as if he was eating the bone level Dan's medicine ingredients as food. Yang Tiany came from that mysterious star Law Divine Realm, which seemed to be stronger than 9 GODS Nation. Yang Tiany came from that mysterious star Law Divine Realm, which seemed to be stronger than 9G. Oh, DS Nation. More is not a lot, but as long as you have enough Xinyuan stone, you can still buy them. At that time, I used all of the Xinyuan stone. I bought a lot, but I only bought 3 bones S, so the 10 batches of medicinal ingredients I gave you. The chances of you cultivating bones were very slim. Yang Tiany said. When Wu Tsang found out that Yang Tiany possessed 3 bones, he couldn't help but be alarmed. He knew what this signified, and adding the 3 bones S in the divine sense C, the amount of energy that exploded out was extremely terrifying. But generally speaking, cultivation bones would only be considered when one reached the peak of the Supreme G, D realm. If Yang Tiany was at the peak of the Supreme G, D realm, cultivating 3 bones out of him was unimaginable. Seeing Wu Tsang being so afraid, Chen Xiang secretly exclaimed in his heart, as he desired more to cultivate bones. Big Brother Yang, I heard that you can at most cultivate up to 9 bones. If you could, how powerful would you be? Chen Xiang asked with a look of yearning. Having bones can only increase the strength of my physical body by a lot, but if the bones is merged with a strong divine soul, then the strength will be even more terrifying. My current bones doesn't have any divine soul, because I have only condensed my bones here, so I can't go out and I can't find a good divine soul to fuse with. Yang Tiany said, other than this, there is another way. It is to integrate the divine soul that you have cultivated into your own bones, and you will also be able to obtain a very strong power. This would allow the herbs to become more familiar with the environment of the divine sense C. It would also make it easier for Chen Xiang to refine them later. As they were shopping Dan after all, this was not difficult at all. Then why don't you just buy them directly? There should be a very strong alchemist in the Star Law Divine Realm, right? Chen Xiang asked. In Star Law Divine Realm, not just anyone can sell divine pellets. There are also powerful forces that can sell divine pellets, and the moment it is found out that it is being sold privately, it would be against the rules of Star Law Divine Realm, and the result would be similar to me. Ling Yun laughed. When Yang Tiany mentioned this, his face was filled with anger. A single bone level Dan's price was enough for me to buy over 1,000 sets of medicinal herbs, so I went to many places and bought a large amount of medicinal herbs. Chen Xiang was in disbelief. Yang Tiany had actually been brought in because of this kind of thing. It's because I'm relatively strong that I wasn't directly killed. Instead, I was imprisoned inside. If they were to think of me one day, they might release me. Yang Tiany laughed at himself. At least, I still have a glimmer of hope to get out of here. Chen Xiang said, Big Brother Yang, I'm going to start concocting pills. Help me keep an eye on this guy. Yang Tiany knew that he had to be extremely serious when concocting pills, and Chen Xiang was currently still in the divine sense C, so he needed to focus even more. Chen Xiang had condensed a very small magic method furnace inside the divine sense C. He was very familiar with using magic method furnace to refine pills, and this also required a very deep level of control, so he was confident that he could stabilize the pill furnace inside the divine sense C. He already had 3 divine soul, of which the first one was on the small island in the middle of the divine sense sea, and the other 2 were hidden by him. Previously, he thought that he would need to use 3 divine soul to control them, but after trying it, he felt that it wasn't that difficult, it only required him some time. When concocting pills, one would use the original source refining and burn the medicinal herbs to a certain degree. Then they would search for the spirit blood S in the divine medicine and fuse them together. Under normal circumstances, concocting pills would be a piece of cake for Chen Xiang, but in the divine sense C, it would be extremely difficult for him to use the original source refining. Fortunately, I managed to cultivate the Dao Eye. If I had used my previous source spirit eyes, finding the spirit blood would have been extremely difficult. Chen Xiang had to put in a lot of effort to get the Tao Heart Eye to examine his own divine sense C, to carefully observe the various divine medicines among the magic method furnace. In order to ensure stability, Chen Xiang didn't use any fierce flames to burn them, so his progress was slower. Adding his first time refining this bone-level Dan, he didn't have much experience. 10 days had said, and Qin Xiang suddenly saw the 7 loved divine flowers spirit blood, while the other 2 divine medicines, spirit blood, still had not appeared yet. The spirit blood appeared in the later stages of the training, so the other 2 should be the same. Qin Xiang judged based on the 7 desire divine flower, and as expected, not long after, spirit blood of the other 2 divine medicines appeared as well. And following that, Chen Xiang faced an even more difficult trial, which was to fuse them. Merging and condensing pills are both extremely dangerous. This was because a furnace explosion usually occurred in these 2 stages. If he was outside concocting pills, there was nothing to worry about. At most, he would just be newly arrived. But in the divine sense C, the moment he was exposed, his divine sense C would be severely injured, so there couldn't be any mistakes. The spirit blood of the 3 divine medicines were caught by his consciousness and then slowly merged together. Because the spirit blood was a fusion, the 3 spirit blood with common characteristics quickly fused together the moment they came in contact with each other. Once the fusion was successful, the medicine aura could successfully fuse the 3 divine medicines. As long as he continued to control the flames well and maintain the firepower in the furnace to assist the medicine aura and the medicinal powder to maintain an extremely active state, the fusion wouldn't be a problem. Unknowingly, Chen Xiang took more than 10 days to refine the pill, and there was still more than half a month until the start of the compet. 1. Tian, so time was of the essence. I can only condense 3 pills in divine sense C, sigh. Chen Xiang sighed. If it was outside, he felt that it would not be a problem to condense 5 pills. But now, in order to steady himself, he could only do so. After all the medicine aura had fused into one, that cyclone was split into 3 parts, and then part of the other parts flowed out. This way, there wouldn't be too much pressure during the process of condensing the core, allowing it to remain stable. The process of condensing the pill was also very long. It took an entire day. Yang Tianyi was standing beside Chen Xiang the entire time as he stared closely at Wu Tsang to prevent him from wreaking havoc. It was only when Chen Xiang finally opened his eyes that Yang Tianyi relaxed. Done? Yang Tianyi asked anxiously. Chen Xiang smiled and nodded. Then he took out 3 milky white pills from the divine sensi. Wu Tsang saw this from afar and was shocked. He was actually able to refine 3 pellets in 1 furnace. Right, this is the bone level, Dan. You really refined it. Yang Tianyi looked at Qin Xiang with a face full of wars. Hi+P. If it was made outside, Yang Tianyi might not be surprised, but to be able to make it in this kind of place with a huge restriction was not something that anyone could do. Qin Xiang laughed. Brother Yang, you're talking nonsense. I really did refine it. Didn't you see it too? Although Chen Xiang could refine 3 bone-level danes, he was still regretful that he could not refine more this time. If not for the limited environment he was in, he would be able to refine even more. Although Chen Xiang could refine 3 bone-level danes, he was still regretful that he could not refine more this time. If not for the limited environment he was in, he would be able to refine even more. Is it enough to eat it? Qin Xiang picked up a bone-level dan. Eat it first and see what reaction you have. If you feel a tearing pain in your body, then you must grab the opportunity to strike the place of pain with all of your physical strength. If you succeed, you should be able to condense bones. Yang Tianyi took a bone-level dan. He now believed that this was refined by Qin Xiang and the quality was extremely good. Qin Xiang laughed. Brother Yang, if you don't believe me, you can eat one and see what happens to you. Yang Tianyi shook his head and laughed. There's no need to try. I have also eaten a few of these bone-level dan. Although they have been separated for a long time, I am sure that they are real. That year, I ate so many bone-level Dan's medicinal ingredients. It was simply too expensive. If I let you refine them, I don't know how many of them would be made up of bone-level Dan. Maybe I would have condensed even more bones. Little brother, you don't know how expensive the bone-level Dan in Star Law Divine Realm are. If you can sell these 3 pills you refined, then you can definitely make a huge profit. Of course, individuals are not allowed to buy or sell pills alone in that place. If they are found out, the people who buy or sell pills will be severely punished. Mentioning this matter, Yang Tiany's face was full of unwillingness. It was because of this matter that he was brought in. Wu Tsang watched on from the side, his face full of displeasure. He hated Chen Xiang very much. Not only did he destroy the Samsara sacrifice, he even beat Chen Xiang up when he came in. He also pushed the responsibility of him being trapped here to Chen Xiang. Right now, he saw Chen Xiang refining a bone-level Dan and was about to cultivate bones, which made him even more uncomfortable and jealous. Chen Xiang swallowed a pellet of bone-level Dan, closed his eyes, and started to refine the bone-level Dan's medicinal power, waiting for the opportunity to condense bones to appear. Half a day had passed, and Chen Xiang had already completely refined the bone-level Dan's medicinal strength. He opened his eyes and said while frowning, "What's going on?" Even if there was no opportunity, there should be some use to it. This is a shopping Dan. It should have some effect on me. Chen Xiang had thought that even if the bone-level Dan couldn't condense bones, it would at least strengthen his body a little. It's like this. Although bone-level Dan are expensive, but I can't guarantee that I can trigger the opportunity to nurture bones at any time. Back then, I ate a lot of broken GRAs and flowers to have some effect. Yang Tiany laughed bitterly and patted Chen Xiang's shoulder. There are still 2 pills. If your luck is not bad, I should be able to help you condense your bones. Seeing Yang Tiany smile, Chen Xiang felt that even if he was lucky, he wouldn't be able to condense bones. Chen Xiang sighed helplessly as he ate another bone-level Dan and started to refine it. He had refined it for a good half an hour without any results. But now, after the first 2 hours, Chen Xiang felt a slight pain in his entire left arm. He, who initially did not hold much hope, was pleasantly surprised. Yang Tiany had said before that this was a sign of an opportunity appearing, but this sign was not too obvious. It did not have the tearing pain that Yang Tiany had described. He continued for another hour. Suddenly, there was a pain in his left arm. It was as if his bones were shattered and his flesh was torn apart. It was so painful that his brows were tightly furrowed and his head was covered in sweat. Hurry up and gather the strength of your physical body at the place of pain. Seeing Chen Xiang's reaction, Yang Tiany immediately shouted out in surprise. Chen Xiang had already condensed the power in his body, controlling the power to continuously rush into his left arm. He only did as Yang Tiany said. He did not know what would happen after he gathered all his power into his left arm. I didn't think that you would trigger this opportunity so quickly. You must seize this opportunity and not miss it. Otherwise, it will be even harder to find you in the future. I was also like this before. Yang Tiany was a little excited to be able to see a young man condensing bones under his guidance was something that was worth being happy about. Chen Xiang continued to channel all the energy in his body into his left arm. He only felt that the energy disappeared after it entered his left arm, which made him very surprised. His left arm was like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring the energy in his body. He felt that if he did not have the endless energy to enter, the pain would have disappeared. The disappearance of the pain meant that he had failed to condense his bones. In order to succeed, he could only continue to focus his strength on his left arm. This would also cause him to feel more and more pain. This kind of pain is not something that an ordinary person can withstand, but it seems like you think it's nothing. Yang Tiany recalled that the first time he had triggered this opportunity, it was because he couldn't endure the pain and had to give up. This resulted in him missing out on a very rare opportunity. Although Chen Xiang felt pain, it was not to the point where he couldn't bear it. Compared to the rough training he experienced many years ago, this kind of pain was nothing to him. Wu Tsang gritted his teeth as he saw this, his fists clenched tightly. At the same time, Yang Tianyi was also looking at Qin Xiang with rapt attention, in case something happened to Qin Xiang. Wu Tsang suddenly flew over and threw a punch towards Qin Xiang's back and roared, "Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, go and die!" Although Yang Tianyi did not notice Wu Tsang, when he sensed that something was nearing, he immediately reacted. When Wu Tsang's fist was still 3 inches away from Qin Xiang, his wrist was grabbed by Yang Tianyi. "The one who should die is you." Yang Tianyi shouted coldly. He used all his strength to twist Wu Tsang's arm, and after a spin, his entire arm was crippled. "Scram to the side. I'll deal with you later." Yang Tianyi slapped his palm towards Wu Tsang's chest, sending him flying. Wu Tsang was thrown out like a piece of trash. After falling on the ground, he stopped moving, but he did not die. Yue must have ACCU, Mulat, a lot of anger over the years. Only by letting her personally punish Wu Tsang would Yue be able to dispel the hatred in her heart. She never thought that Wu Tsang was so anxious to court death, to actually plot against him. Wu Tsang fell to the ground after being hit by Yang Tianyi's palm, half dead. It could be seen that Yang Tianyi's strength was extremely terrifying, and Qin Xiang rejoiced that his relations, H.I. plus P with Yang Tianyi, was not bad. "Brother, don't worry, that guy won't be able to get up. All the bones in his body have been shattered." Said this, feeling extremely guilty in his heart. He actually did not notice Wu Tsang. If he was extremely vigilant, Wu Tsang only needed to move a bit, and he would be able to quickly cripple Wu Tsang. And just now, he had interfered with Qin Xiang's plans and nearly ruined the big matter. "Ah!" Qin Xiang suddenly roared out. The sleeves on his left arm suddenly burst and became a pile of shredded cloth. The thick and strong arm was extremely red and was swelling up, the muscles and veins protruding. It was sinister and terrifying. "It's going to be a success." Yang Tianyi clenched his fists and said excitedly. Qin Xiang also felt that the bones and muscles of his left arm were completely reborn a moment ago, as they suddenly erupted with extremely terrifying power. The bones of his left arm seemed to have shattered in an instant, but they quickly reformed, at the same time producing a huge transformation in the meridians and blood vessels of his left arm. Qin Xiang also felt that the bones and muscles of his left arm were completely reborn a moment ago, as they suddenly erupted with extremely terrifying power. The bones of his left arm seemed to have shattered in an instant, but they quickly reformed, at the same time producing a huge transformation in the meridians and blood vessels of his left arm. Qin Xiang continuously roared. He only felt that his arm was hot and painful, as though countless red-hot iron needles had pierced into his arm and pierced through his flesh and bones. After a while, Qin Xiang let out a long sigh as he was about to grind his teeth into pieces. His left arm stopped expanding and gradually recovered its original form. The redness on his skin also faded, returning to its original tanned and healthy skin color. Qin Xiang was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. He was already drenched in the water. His face was pale white, and now he only felt that he was completely exhausted. After he let out a long breath, he laid on the ground, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. After Qin Xiang had slept soundly, Yang Tianyi walked over, grabbed Qin Xiang's arm, and examined the internal bones. "How could this be? I can condense a double bone level all at once." Yang Tianyi was completely shocked and shook his head. "Impossible, an arm can only have 1 bones, a body can only have 1 bones in 9 places, and now he has 2 arms. What was going on? Does he have 1 bones or 2? An unusual thing happened to Qin Xiang once again. Previously, when Qin Xiang was able to refine a bone-level Dan in the divine sense, see, Yang Tianyi thought that it was very powerful. If all the other parts of this boy's body were double bone level, wouldn't he have 18 bones S in the end? This is too scary. Yang Tianyi took a deep breath and looked at the soundly sleeping Qin Xiang. He could be considered to be well informed, but this was the first time he had heard of this sort of thing. Qin Xiang slept for a few days before waking up. When he woke up, he felt hungry, so he quickly took out something to eat to replenish his energy. The power brought by the bones is indeed abnormal. Qin Xiang looked at his left arm and shook it tightly. He could release the power that came from his body as he wished without any restriction. If you can use the power of the divine sense C to coordinate with it, and add on the double bone level on your left arm that has been fused with your divine soul, the power would be even more terrifying. You should be a lower G. Oh, D now, there are only 2 divine deity S and divine sense C. Yet your double bone level can give you the power of 6 divine deity, or even stronger. Yang Tianyi said, "Brother, at this rate, you will only become stronger and stronger." Double bone level. Qin Xiang was startled. He did not notice that. He only felt that there was something inside the bones in his left arm that could make him stronger. Now, after a careful inspection, he discovered that there was indeed something similar to divine deity in his left arm, only that it seemed to be a little smaller than the divine deity. It was just these 2 bones that allowed his entire left arm to possess a very powerful strength. So bones can actually grow in one place and make this place even more powerful. Before, Qin Xiang only thought that bones would allow his entire body to gain power, but now, it seemed that only his left arm was stronger. Yang Tianyi laughed. "Don't just think that having bones is useless. If you have the chance, you will know. In the past, the strength of your left arm needed to be matched with the strength of your entire body. But now your left arm doesn't need to be linked with your body to be able to release such a strong power. Even if a major part of your body is injured, as long as you move your mind, power will be generated in your left arm, and you can even drag your body." Qin Xiang sat on the ground and followed Yang Tianyi's instructions to throw out a punch, and as expected, his body flew out with the left fist, causing him to fly out a distance. If it is compatible with the body, then it will be even more terrifying. Of course, after you leave this place, you can still coordinate with the power inside the divine sensi, which is how you can display the power of your bones. Yang Tianyi laughed. Qin Xiang looked at Yang Tianyi's legs and asked, "Big brother Yang, is your bones on your legs?" Yang Tianyi nodded his head. "Each of my legs has 1 bones, then it's my right arm. I only have 3 bones in total." Now, Qin Xiang finally understood why Yang Tianyi ran so fast previously. That kind of speed felt like teleportation. Wu Tsang, who had been knocked out previously, had already woken up and was moaning in pain. "This guy almost killed you. What are you going to do with him?" Yang Tianyi did not kill Wu Tsang because he gave her the chance. As for Qin Xiang, he wanted to give it to her, but he felt that there was no need for him to do so now. "Big brother Yang, this guy is also ASP, a sea beast. I wonder if his divine soul is suitable for me?" Qin Xiang asked. "As long as it's a powerful divine soul. This fellow's innate talent is not good, and is unable to display the divine soul on his body. But your innate talent is not bad, and his divine soul will have quite a good effect on your bones. This fellow is also at the peak of the supreme D realm and has 18 divine deity. However, it would not be easy for you to extract all of his divine deity and divine soul." Yang Tianyi had already investigated Wu Tsang's divine sensi and could only find his first divine deity and divine soul from within. Hearing that Qin Xiang wanted to devour his divine soul, Wu Tsang became extremely terrified and shouted with a groan, "I am a loyal subordinate of the Ancestor Emperor. You cannot kill me. Your little b, D's bones is not worthy of my divine soul at all." Qin Xiang coldly snorted, "Don't worry. Your divine soul will not appear inside my bones. I am quite interested in the Ancestor Emperor that you're talking about. His divine soul should be enough to satisfy me." With that, Qin Xiang covered Wu Tsang's head with his palm and used his most skilled technique to remove Wu Tsang's divine deity. 5 divine deity and 5 divine soul, not bad at all. Yang Tianyi saw that there were 5 pearls containing small people in Qin Xiang's hand, and could not help but laugh. "Brother, you should be doing this frequently. If you don't have any experience, you can't be able to take out so many at once." "Brother Yang, do you want it?" Chun Xiang laughed. Taking the divine deity was like taking out a bird's nest in their eyes. Fortunately, Wu Tsang was already dead. Otherwise, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Yang Tianyi waved his hand. "I don't need it now. Are you really not planning to merge this guy's first divine soul into your bones? The first divine soul is the strongest, and there is no way to hide it, so it can usually be grabbed." Chun Xiang laughed. "Didn't I say it earlier? I am rather interested in that ancestor emperor's divine soul. If Big Brother Yang is fortunate enough to be able to go out, then you must help this little brother out." Yang Tianyi laughed openly. "I will definitely help you. If I can get out, it will all be thanks to you. However, little brother, when the time comes, you must help me refine a few bone-level danes, and it would be best if they are of the upper rank. Right now, I can only condense the fourth bones if I eat upper rank bone-level danes. Just by eating the ingredients, Yang Tianyi was able to eat 3 levels of bones. One could imagine how many of those ingredients he had eaten, and it was no wonder that he was targeted by the Star Law Divine Realm. This was because the medicine he bought from the bone-level Dan was too crazy. Just by eating the ingredients, Yang Tianyi was able to eat 3 levels of bones. One could imagine how many of those ingredients he had eaten, and it was no wonder that he was targeted by the Star Law Divine Realm. This was because the medicine he bought from the bone-level Dan was too crazy. Chun Xiang laughed. "That's for sure. If it wasn't for Big Brother Yang, I don't know when I would have found the bone-level Dan's medicinal ingredients, and I wouldn't have had the chance to refine it." "Oh, right, Big Brother Yang, did you manage to cultivate up to 9 bones in the Star Law Divine Realm?" "There are some experts who are filled with bones, but they are extremely rare and they rarely show themselves. I have heard of them in the Star Law Divine Realm, but I have never seen them with my own eyes. Normally, a fellow with a full bones would be considered a top-notch existence in the Star Law Divine Realm." Yang Tianyi said, "This means that since Big Brother Yang has 3 bones, he should be very strong in the Star Law Divine Realm," said in shock. 9 bones S were already full, and Yang Tianyi already possessed 3 bones S. It's hard to say. 3 bones S are the pinnacle of a single stage, and I don't have a good divine soul. If I have the chance to leave, I have to return to the Star Law Divine Realm." Yang Tianyi raised his head to look at the dusky sky. He had already stayed here for many years, but now he had a very good chance of leaving. The power of the moon and stars should have already descended. I wonder how things are going outside. Chun Xiang also looked up in the sky, extremely worried for Yuer. The patriarch and the few elders in the star-moon divine race were all very scary, but there was still the mysterious ancestor emperor behind them, and it was said that he was even stronger than them. If they were to alarm this ancestor emperor, Yuer's situation would become even more dangerous. Chun Xiang told Yang Tianyi about the stories outside, as well as some of his own experiences. Yang Tianyi had been alone in this place for many years, so it was very interesting for him to be able to hear some news. "I've heard that these 9 divine nations S are related to the Star Law Divine Realm, and their overall strength is also very strong, especially the 9 divine nations S. It's said that their strength makes the other Star Law Divine Realm's forces afraid. But I think that if they were to fight, the Star Law Divine Realm should be able to win." Yang Tianyi said, "You said that the 9 divine nations S are in trouble? Could he be from the Star Law Divine Realm?" Chun Xiang shook his head. "I'm not sure either. I just heard that a new divine nations has risen up, so these 9 divine nations S need to focus their energy on this. They should be trying to work together to suppress this new divine nations. Star Law Divine Realm is in the endless starry sky beyond this S, P-A-C, and it seems like 9GO DS Nation is also on some giant stars beyond this S, P-A-C. It's not easy to go to those places either. You need to travel through the dark starry sky. It's filled with danger. Even if I were to return to Star Law Divine Realm now, it would not be that simple. Yang Tianyi thought back to the matters concerning the 9G DS nation in his mind. Previously, Chen Xiang did not know where the location of the 9G DS nation was, but now he finally found a clue. Chun Xiang asked, "Brother Yang, if you can leave, do you really want to return to Star Law Divine Realm? You sneaked out of this Star Moon HEL. Wouldn't it be dangerous for you to go back?" Yang Tianyi chuckled. "Even though what I did that year was quite shocking, after all, so many years have passed," said. "Most of the people who heard about me back then are probably already dead now, and after so much time has passed, said who would still remember me. I have to find the best divine soul inside my bones. That way I can become even stronger. In this kind of place it's hard to find, so I have to go back. Even if there's danger, I have to take the risk. I have already wasted my bones for many years, and have not found any good divine soul for them in all these years. I feel very sorry." Chen Xiang also had the thought of merging Wu Tsang's divine soul with his bones, but after thinking about it for a while, he realized since bones were so important, then he must find a relatively stronger one when merging with divine soul. After a few more days, Chen Xiang sighed, "I still have to partake. 1. P8 in the pill refining compet. 1. Tian. Looks like I won't be able to make it." Yang Tianyi said, "Old brother, your pill refining level is very high. If you were in Star Law Divine Realm, you would have definitely been won over by those big powers. When I was in Star Law Divine Realm, I heard that the most powerful of the pill DS could only refine 4 bone level Dan at the most. And since you were able to refine 3 pills in this environment, if you go out, you will definitely be able to refine even more." Yang Tianyi had a wide range of experience. When Chen Xiang had refined the 3 bone level Dan, he had already seen Chen Xiang's talent. As long as he continued to grow at this pace, he was very sure that Chen Xiang would achieve great things in the Pill Dao in the future. There were only 3 days left until the start of the heroes gathering Divine City's Great Assembly. Chen Xiang lied on the soil, looking at the gray clouds in the sky with a helpless expression. Suddenly, he saw a very small dot of light. At the beginning, he thought he saw wrongly, but after hearing Yang Tianyi, who was at the side, shout, he started to look carefully. "Something is coming in." Yang Tianyi stood up quickly and started to be alert, although he did not know what it was. But in an unknown situation, Yang Tianyi would still treat it as a dangerous object. Chen Xiang also suddenly jumped up, the light that was sliding far away from where they were, and there was also a gray mist coming from it. "Let's go take a look. We have to be careful." Just as Yang Tianyi finished speaking, a spatial ripple spread over, and then Chen Xiang only saw a white shadow flash over. It was a little white cat with wings. "Yu'er!" Chen Xiang shouted in surprise. Yu'er had also jumped into his embrace. "Hee, I'm here to see you." Yu'er was extremely happy, and the fact that she could still come here showed that her memories had returned to a great extent. Chen Xiang caressed her head and laughed. "It's good that you're okay. I'm worried about you. Can you let us out?" Yu'er looked at Yang Tianyi at the side and meowed in surprise. "Yang Tianyi, I didn't expect that you would still be alive." Yang Tianyi laughed. "Master Cat, look at me. I have been locked in here for a long time. I should be able to leave now, right? I know I was wrong, but I won't do it again." "Oh, right, Yu'er. Did that fellow called Ancestor Emperor come out?" Chun Xiang asked worriedly. "No, but it should be soon. It should be in these 2 days. That fellow is truly ABASTARD. Right now, I have only recovered my memories and have yet to recover my strength. I simply cannot deal with him." Yu'er looked at Yang Tianyi and said, "Yang Tianyi, I let you out and you helped me get rid of that guy. I guarantee that when you return to Star Law Divine Realm in the future, you won't get caught again." Yang Tianyi laughed and patted Chen Xiang's shoulders. "Don't worry, I've already promised, brother. Kill that stupid cow and let him take out his divine soul and merge it with the bones." Yang Tianyi laughed and patted Chen Xiang's shoulders. Don't worry, I've already promised, brother. Kill that stupid cow, and let him take out his divine soul and merge it with the bones. Yue was a little surprised. Qinxiang had actually gotten along so well with Yang Tianyi. Qinxiang, how do you know about the ancestor emperor? Yue was a little curious and looked at Yang Tianyi. Did this guy tell you? Since you were able to condense bones, it should be because this fellow helped you, right? Back then, when Yang Tianyi plundered a large pile of bone-level Dan's medicinal herbs from the Star Law Divine Realm, you naturally knew that she was in charge of this Star Moon H, EL, L, and she had a very good understanding of the criminals who were imprisoned inside. No, it was Wu Tsang who told me to come in with this guy. I've already killed that guy. Chen Xiang was already very relieved at this moment, because Yue could bring them out. Yue harumphed. It's good that Wu Tsang died. He's killed me quite a few times. Even after Qin Xiang saw Yue recover her memories, she actually wasn't affected much. She was extremely impressed with Yue's mental state. After all, what she had experienced all these years could be said to be extremely painful. Master Cat, when can you send us out? I'm anxious to see the outside world. I've been locked up here for a long time. Yang Tianyi said with a look of longing. I need a bit more time. Yue was not anxious at all. Yang Tianyi, how many bones do you have now? Can you beat that stupid cow? That bastard ambushed me when I was heavily injured. If not, I wouldn't have been captured by him. I only have 3 bones, and I don't have a good one either. After so many years, my strength has also increased quite a bit. That stupid cow does not have much pressure on me. Yang Tianyi said, Master Cat, how did you receive such a heavy injury in the first place? As the law enforcer of Star Moon H, ELL, you should be very strong. It's those divine nations guys. I met them when I was southing by this place, and they were extremely arrogant. In the end, they surrounded me and attacked me. When I escaped to this place, I met that stupid cow and was ambushed by him. Yu said furiously, I have already remembered that divine nations. Once I recover my strength, I will definitely go and find them to settle the score. Qin Xiang and Yang Tianyi both didn't think that Yue becoming like this would actually have something to do with the divine nations. Yu, when will you recover your strength? Qin Xiang didn't think that Yue also had a common enemy that he wanted to deal with, and that all the divine nations would want to deal with him as well. I need to have the next Star Moon banquet. I can only regain my memories after what happened just now. Qin Xiang immediately understood what she meant by Star Moon banquet. It should be that samsara sacrifice. Can we leave now? Yang Tianyi was already impatient. I need some time. I need 2 to 3 days. Be patient. Yue smiled before flapping her wings and flying into the sky. Qin Xiang and Yang Tianyi immediately saw a circle appear on Yue's flying body, accompanied by a few spirit grains. She was setting up the formation right now. The soil on the ground was formed from the power of the stars. It could be used to arrange a formation and produce a very strong force. Only she can use the power of the divine sense here. She is the master here. It's just that she doesn't have enough strength right now. If she's a little stronger and is able to control this Star Moon H, L, then maybe she can get that stupid cow back. Yang Tianyi was now certain that he would be able to leave soon. He was in a very good mood, and his face was full of smiles. Yang Tianyi lay on the ground and laughed. Look at the sky above this place again, because you will never be able to see it again. After we go out, I'm looking forward to testing my 3 bones. I hope that stupid cow is stronger, so that I can have a good time later. Chen Xiang was completely speechless. Other people would always hope that their opponent would be weaker and better. But this Yang Tianyi was hoping that her opponent would be stronger and better. Brother Yang, don't lose when the time comes. Qin Xiang joked. I know the power of that stupid cow. Although he has enjoyed the power of the Star Moon banquet for so many years, he has been sleeping the entire time. He probably could not absorb it that fast. only by that method. Mr. Cat is very special, so she can have the Star Moon banquet. Only an existence like her can quickly digest this much power, not that stupid cow. Yang Tianyi said, when the time comes, I'll kill him and try my best to capture his divine soul. Furthermore, his divine deity should also contain quite a bit of the power of Star Moon banquet. It would be best if I can give it to Mr. Cat. Yu Er was still setting up the teleportation formation. If she was the one who was going out, it would be very easy for her, but right now she had to get Chen Xiang and the prisoner out. It would take a lot of effort. Brother, after I settle this stupid cow, I need to make a trip back to the Star Law Divine Realm to find a divine soul that I am satisfied with and merge it into my bones as soon as possible. When I finish all of this, I will come back to find you all. I don't have enough strength, so I won't be able to face those divine nations. Yang Tianyi was also very loyal. He was very clear that the reason he was able to leave this place now was all because of Chen Xiang and Yu Er. As for Chen Xiang and Yu Er, they both had enmity with the divine nations, and he felt that he would have to help Chen Xiang and Yu Er to fight against the divine nations to repay their grat. 1. Moonchild's formation took a long time to complete. She had to spend nearly 2 days to do so. That's enough. Quickly come in. I'll be able to leave after opening the formation. Yu Er said, I hope that stupid cow isn't outside. Yang Tianyi laughed out loud. It's great that he's outside. The moment I go out, I can beat him up. Yu Er had brought her own Star Moon HELL to this place, but was severely injured by the attacks of the divine nations. In the end, she was ambushed by the Ancestor Emperor, resulting in her becoming the Samsara sacrifice. For many years, the higher-ups of the Star Moon divine race had been enjoying Yu Er's star and moon banquet, which was why they had become one of the 4G D-Beast clans. Yu Er stood on Qin Xiang's shoulder and shouted, I'm going to activate the formation. Qin Xiang and Yang Tianyi nodded. Yu Er's body started to HI plus NE with a white light. The dirt on the ground suddenly started to HI plus NE, made Qin Xiang and Yang Tianyi feel like they were inside a sea of stars. This kind of beautiful scene didn't last long before Qin Xiang and Yang Tianyi felt scorching hot flames. They had finally left Star Moon HELL and arrived outside. It's not that star graveyard. Qin Xiang asked in shock when he saw that he was surrounded by prairie. Of course not. When I came in, I had already moved the triangular starstone. Yu Er was currently standing on top of the triangular flagstone, and the spirit grain on top of the triangular flagstone was still radiating light. Yang Tianyi laughed as he sprinted across the dark green prairie. I'm finally out. I'm finally seeing the light of day again, haha. Yu Er chuckled a few times, then kept the triangular starstone, which should have been taken in by her divine sense C. When Yang Tianyi started laughing crazily, the earth started to shake and an extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. He excitedly tried out the power of the divine sense C that had been suppressed for many years, and combined it with the 3 bones that he had condensed. The power became even more terrifying. When Yang Tianyi started laughing crazily, the earth started to shake and an extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. He excitedly tried out the power of the divine sense C that had been suppressed for many years, and combined it with the 3 bones that he had condensed. The power became even more terrifying. Quickly stop. This place will be destroyed by you. Yu Er hastily called out. The plains and the mountains around them were currently violently shaking. Mountains had already collapsed in the distance. When Yang Tianyi heard Yu Er, he immediately controlled his own strength. It was rare to see flowers and plants. He did not want to cause trouble. Save your strength for that stupid cow. This fellow probably hasn't come out yet. Otherwise, he would have changed a long time ago. Yu Er laughed tenderly. Yang Tianyi, you better not be messing around here. You don't want to be locked in that Ned place again, right? Yang Tianyi immediately shook his head. I'd rather die than go back to that place. Master Cat, you promised me that if I help to get rid of that stupid cow, I won't be locked in Star Moon H-E-L-L again. Yue smiled. I did promise you, but only if you don't do something too outrageous. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Chen Xiang took a deep breath of the outside air, and then he also tested circulating the 6 realms' power to his left arm. After using the bones on his left arm suddenly trembled because of the sudden powerful force produced when the 6 realms' power and bones clashed, causing Chen Xiang, who was not used to it, to have difficulty controlling it. So powerful, Chen Xiang exclaimed. If he had a little more bones, his strength could be imagined. Although it was just a lower G-O-D, Chen Xiang relied on the double bone level on his arm, his strength comparable to an upper heavenly G-O-D, so if he fused with the powerful divine soul and entered the bones, his strength would become even more terrifying. Strange? You only managed to cultivate a single bones, so your strength shouldn't be so terrifying. Yue sat on Chen Xiang's left shoulder, and she could very clearly feel the power that had just exploded out of Chen Xiang's left arm. It was truly very frightening. Yue, who had regained her memories, was a very ancient ranker, the law enforcer of the Star Law Divine Realm. From the way Yang Tianyi treated her, he knew that a law enforcer like Yue was extremely terrifying. Yet now, they did not understand why Chen Xiang's strength was so terrifying. This kid is a monster. What he condensed out was the double bone level, and there's actually 2 bones in one of his arms. I have never heard of such a thing. Yang Tianyi only ate 2 bone level Dan S before he cultivated double bone level. Back then, he had eaten a lot of bone level Dan S medicine, and his tongue was numb from it, but he was only able to cultivate 3 bones pills. But the most amazing thing about Chen Xiang was that in his growth dimension, only 1 set of bones could be produced from a single place, but he had miraculously managed to condense 2. After Chen Xiang combined with the 6 realms' power, he almost couldn't control that kind of terrifying power. Double bone level. Yue cried out in alarm. Is this for real? After saying that, she fluttered her wings and flew up, hugging Chen Xiang's left arm. In just a moment, she had confirmed that there were indeed 2 bones inside Chen Xiang's arm. When Chen Xiang saw Yue, he was startled and hurriedly asked, Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Of course it's good news. Even though this kind of situation had happened before, it was extremely rare. A fellow who could cultivate double bone level was extremely terrifying when it came to the later stages, especially when one needed to strengthen their bones to raise their strength. At that time, it will be extremely difficult to raise even a little bit, and with the double bone level, you will have an extra set of bones. Yue's tone was also filled with jealousy and envy as she continued. Do you know what it means to have an extra bones? That fellow with the lower bones can be completely crushed like you. Chen Xiang laughed. Right now, I'm still far from that kind of limit. Normally, what level would I have to reach to rely on raising my bones? The 100 G. Oh, DS level is the limit. At that time, I will need to strengthen my bones and use it to break through the limits of my own strength. In theory, the divine soul contained within can be very strong, and normally it will enter through the late stages of the divine soul. For example, right now, your bones already has a set of divine soul. Yang Tianyi interrupted. But it's extremely dangerous. The fusion of the 2 types of divine soul is already very unstable. It's very likely to be like refining pills and explode. One of them is gone. Yue said, At that time, in order to increase my strength a little, there's no other way. Chen Xiang curled his lips. You're saying that kind of realm is easy to reach. I only have 2 divine deity S right now, and I still need 98 more divine deity S to reach. I still don't know how many years it will take. Yue tenderly snorted. What do you know, brat? With your innate talent, going to that realm is only a matter of time, so you must definitely choose your first soul of bones. Otherwise, you'll have to take the risk later when you need to increase your bones. There were many fellows from the 100 G. DS level in the Star Law Divine Realm. After being in the Star Law Divine realm for so many years, many of them had already reached the peak of their existence. The so-called peak level is 100G. Oh, DS level, the 9 bones. Yang Tianyi laughed and said, Master Cat, do you think it's possible for Brother Qinxiang to use double bone level every time he condenses his bones? This. Yu'er thought for a moment, then immediately shook her head. Definitely not. It's already extremely difficult to come out with a double bone level. If he comes out every time, he'll end up with 18 bones in the end. When Qinxiang thought about the 98 divine deity he still had to cultivate, he could not help but sigh. This must be a very long road. Big Brother Yang, come back with us first. If that ancestor emperor appears, he will definitely come looking for us. It won't be too late for you to take action then. Bringing Yang Tianyi back to the heroes gathering divine city was no big deal. What's more, this was a very strong guy. Yang Tianyi nodded his head. Anyway, I've been locked up for so long, I still want to explore this world. Just as Qinxiang was about to open the spatial tunnel, Yu'er and Yang Tianyi's expressions suddenly changed. The stupid cow is awake. This guy actually became so powerful. Yang Tianyi, are you able to handle it? Yu'er asked with worry. Yang Tianyi said with a serious face, You can, but I need to merge a divine soul with my own. Yu'er replied, I'll gift you with a set of divine soul. Although it's not that good, it's still much better than fusing with your own divine soul. When necessary, he could also merge his own divine soul into his own. Yu'er took out a pearl from nowhere and handed it to Yang Tianyi. Yu'er took out a pearl from nowhere and handed it to Yang Tianyi. Yang Tianyi looked at the blue flickering flame inside the bead and asked, This divine soul is very familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. This is Star Divine Soul. After the destruction of some sun-like stars, it is possible that they would give birth to this kind of Star Divine Soul. I have only collected this for many years. Yu'er said. Yang Tianyi was surprised and laughed. Your divine soul is not bad. Why didn't you just give it to this kid? That ancestor emperor's divine soul might not even be as good as this. No, that stupid cow has quite a bit of divine soul. If we give it to Qinxiang to retrieve the soul, he only needs to take out most of the divine soul and the divine deity of that stupid cow, and then let him refine everything into a whole. That would be the strongest. Yu'er said, Qinxiang had the heavenly alchemy, so fusing divine soul and divine deity that were of the same origin was simply too easy. This was something Qinxiang had never thought of before. Yang Tianyi nodded his head. He knew that Qinxiang had very good pill refining skills and laughed. Then I will not be courteous. It is just that when the time comes, I will need some time to fuse them. Currently, in this place, the ancestor emperor who had just woken up was the strongest. No one could deal with him unless he personally took action. However, Yu'er knew that the ancestor emperor was also connected to the divine nations. Yu'er had a very bad impression of those divine nations. When she first arrived here, she was attacked by the strong warriors of the divine nations. So, Yu'er placed her hopes on Yang Tianyi, and furthermore, after Yang Tianyi killed the Star Moon Ancestor Emperor, he could still obtain divine deity from them. Yu'er was very clear that the reason she had the chance to recover her memories was all because Qinxiang had risked his life to save her, and she also liked to stay by Qinxiang's side. Go back to the heroes gathering divine city and fuse with them. When the time comes, we will provide you with a place. But when you go to that city, you must converge and not destroy it. Just now, Yang Tianyi had almost destroyed this beautiful GRA's land. Very quickly, Qinxiang and Yu'er brought Yang Tianyi back to Heroes Gathering Divine City. The Heroes Gathering Divine City's Great Assembly was called the Assembly of the Supreme Gods. The elites from the various forces in the Super D realm were gathered here to compete with each other, and if there were any good seedlings, they would be selected by the divine nations and sent into the world of the divine nations to be nurtured. This was something that many outstanding young disciples looked forward to. So when the time came, everyone would definitely fight with all their might. Chun Xiang brought Yang Tianyi to his shop. Right now, the shop was closed, but there was someone inside. Feng Yujie and Shui Bingyan were both here. When they saw Chun Xiang and Yu'er had returned, they were extremely happy because they were extremely worried about Chun Xiang. Bingyan! Yu'er shouted with her sweet voice, then happily threw herself into Shui Bingyan's embrace. H.E.L. Lo, elder brother Shin, this big brother is... When Shui Bingyan saw Chun Xiang, he immediately greeted him and then looked at him. He's big brother Yang. He needs a BAS. ENT now. Chun Xiang smiled and caressed Shui Bingyan's hair. Yu'er replied, I know where it is. I'll take him there. Yang Tianyi cupped his fists towards Feng Yujie and Shui Bingyan, and then hurriedly followed Yu'er. Who is this person? Feng Yujie hurriedly went forward to hug Chun Xiang, because she found out from Yu'er that Chun Xiang had met with danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not returned even at the start of the convention. Chun Xiang kissed her small mouth and said, It's all right just now. Big brother Yang was a good person who helped me. Furthermore, he still has to help Yu'er to defeat the enemy. Right. Aren't you going to watch the convention begin? Feng Yujie shook his head. I didn't hear any news about you. I don't want to go anywhere. The White Tiger and Vermilion Bird have also gone to join in the fun. They have been chatting with Mu Qin and Xiao Chengle very much. Yu'er flew back, saying with a smile, That guy has already gone into seclusion. Once he defeats that stupid cow, we'll be safe. Feng Yujie asked curiously, What exactly happened to you two? I keep having the feeling that you are hiding something big. Let me say it. Yu'er hurriedly shouted, because the moment she recovered her memories, she immediately told Feng Yujie and Shui Bingyan that she was in trouble, and then hurriedly left. She didn't even have time to tell Feng Yujie and Shui Bingyan about her own matters. Chun Xiang asked, The great games have begun. Is it okay if we don't go? It's fine. We are only announcing the start of the conference. Today, we will be competing in other matches. We will be refining Shopping Dan tomorrow. Feng Yujie said. Yu'er began to recount her experiences, how she was besieged by Divine Nation's rankers and then ambushed by them, becoming their sacrifice. Finally, she went to the Moon Slaughter Devil nest to save Chun Xiang. This is the Bone Level Dan's medicine. Chun Xiang took out 2 copies and gave it to Feng Yujie, then laughed. This is very easy to refine. You don't need me to teach you. These Bone Level Dan's medicinal ingredients are all low grade. We have to make high grade ones. Feng Yujie's face immediately blushed a little. She and Chun Xiang had been separated for a period of time, and thinking about the pear cultivation's sweet and intoxicating feeling, she couldn't help but feel lost in her heart. Chun Xiang still had a Bone Level Dan. He said, Bingyan, try eating one first after cultivating bones. You will become stronger. Yu'er said, Bingyan is a Tao spirit. She has already cultivated a body similar to a human's, and might even be stronger than a human's. Furthermore, her comprehension towards natural strength is deeper, so cultivating bones isn't too difficult. Let me teach her. Feng Yujie rubbed Yu'er's back and laughed. Yu'er, you can't possibly have always been a little kitten, right? You were definitely not like this in the past. You should have also cultivated out your bones by now. Of course, I only need to have the star and moon feast to recover my strength. At that time, I can also take human form. Yu'er smiled and said, Bingyan, let's go. Yu'er had already seen through the expressions of Chun Xiang and Muyuro just now. Chun Xiang and Feng Yujie did not enter the room, but went into the pill refining room instead. They still had some Bone Level Dan's ingredients, and Feng Yujie also needed to condense his bones, so they decided to first refine the pills. And as for dual cultivation, that was tonight. Chun Xiang spent a lot of time refining Bone Level Dan in the Divine Sense Sea, but it only took 4 hours to refine a furnace outside. There were a total of 5 pills. Are you going to eat now? Chun Xiang asked. No, we'll eat after the convention ends. At that time, we might need some time. Feng Yujie shook his head. When they came out of the refining room, they saw Yuer and Shui Bingyan in the hall, and knew that Shui Bingyan did not manage to cultivate bones out of the pellet. There are still 9 pills here. Take them. Chun Xiang refined 5 pills. Feng Yujie refined 4. It will definitely work this time. Yuer and Shui Bingyan then entered the secret room. On the morning of the 2nd day, Chun Xiang, who was sleeping soundly, heard Yuer's sweet laughter, and immediately woke up. Last night, he did not dual cultivate with Feng Yujie to condense spirit orbs, but rather went through the sweetest time with her. That kind of gentle and intoxicating sweetness also made him sleep very soundly. On the morning of the 2nd day, Chun Xiang, who was sleeping soundly, heard Yuer's sweet laughter, and immediately woke up. Last night, he did not dual cultivate with Feng Yujie to condense spirit orbs, but rather went through the sweetest time with her. That kind of gentle and intoxicating sweetness also made him sleep very soundly. Bing Yan has cultivated the bones, and after she simulates the divine soul, she will become stronger. When Yuer saw Chun Xiang walking out, she quickly told him the good news. So fast! Chun Xiang was also happy. How many bone-level Dan were used? 4 pills. In her eyes, condensing the first bones from 10 bone-level Dan to less was not bad at all. Sister Feng, when will you start? Let me teach you. Yuer said, when I'm done with the compet. 1, Tian, I'll have to trouble you. Feng Yujie smiled gently and carried Yuer over. She was liking this little kitty more and more. There's no need to be polite. We're all on the same side. Yuer giggled. Chun Xiang sat down and started to eat the dim some Shui Bingyan had made. During this time, Shui Bingyan had learnt to cook a lot of food. Yuer, is that Star Law Divine Realm using Shen Yuan Stone as well? Chun Xiang asked. I never thought that Shen Yuan Stone flowed this much. It's normal, because Shen Yuan Stone are easier to absorb. Sometimes, Shen Yuan Stone that are exchanged with ordinary herbs get a stronger power than those medicinal herbs. Yuer nodded her head. However, if you want to sell pills in Star Law Divine Realm, then you definitely won't do. Once you are discovered, you will definitely be arrested. Chun Xiang had already heard this from Yang Tianyi before, so he felt that he would definitely go to the Star Law Divine Realm in the future. Let's go and partic. 1. P8 in the convention. Feng Yujie said, we were the first to fight in the 10th hall. As the youngest disciples of the 10th hall, Chun Xiang and Feng Yujie were also extremely outstanding. The regeneration den they refined had long ago become very famous, and as a result, they earned a lot of Shen Yuan Stone. The compet 1 Tian venue was in that huge plaza. When Chun Xiang and the others arrived, they saw that there was a huge flag on the plaza with the word pill written on it. When Chun Xiang and Feng Yujie arrived, it caused a huge commotion. Back then, the regeneration Dan S. Chun Xiang, refined with his palm, shocked many young disciples of alchemists and other forces. Chun Xiang could easily refine a middle-stage regeneration Dan, but now he had to partic. 1 P8 in the shopping Dan's compet. 1 Tian, which made the pressure on the disciples partic. 1 P aiding in the shopping Dan compet. 1 Tian to be huge. In the ranking of the inferior stage pill G. DS there were also many medial stage pill G. DS who could refine Zhongping Dan. They all felt a little regretful now, as they felt that partic. 1 P aiding in the medial stage pill G. D would be much easier than this. The compet 1 tie-in between the inferior stage pill G. DS started first and ended in 3 battles to determine the victor. The compet 1 tie-in would end in the morning, so many alchemists were under a lot of pressure. A single morning was only that little bit of time, yet they had to compete 3 times. Disciples, please enter the stage. The one who presided over the compet. 1 tie-in was Old Iron C. CK, he walked to the compet. 1. Tie-in venue of the lower stage G. Oh, D of pills. Only after the compet. 1. Tie-in between the demi-G. Oh, D rank had finished. Did he reach the level of AG? Oh, Chun Xiang used the plate he got from registering to enter the compet. 1. Tie-in. Before entering, Chen Xiang had already heard Luo Tianjuan's sound transmission in his mind, telling him about his important opponent. Luo Tianjun and 3 Gu brothers didn't see Chen Xiang yesterday, so they were very worried, thinking that Chen Xiang had gone out to play again. In a few of the buildings beside the compet. 1. Taiyan Plaza, a few well-dressed, middle-aged men who seemed to be very powerful were all looking at Chen Xiang. That's him. He cultivates the D murdering sword techniques and the heavenly alchemy. A middle-aged man dressed in gold pointed at Chen Xiang and said, "And the 6 realms mirrors is also in his hands." The other red-clothed middle-aged man said, "What should we do now? These things are all on him. If we let him continue growing like this, he will become another heavenly divine lord or 6th divine lord." A middle-aged man wearing a blue robe said coldly, "It wouldn't be easy for him to kill him. Didn't you see that he had a profound Wu clothing on him? Killing him won't be easy, but crippling him won't be difficult." The golden-cloaked middle-aged man said, "It's just that when the time comes, who will stop him? The Lord Hall Master of Supreme Divine Palace should be able to do that, but it's easier to deal with him." The middle-aged man looked at the others and asked for their opinion. In the end of the compet, 1. Taiyan will secretly make a move and capture him. We'll see if he's willing to submit to us. If he's unwilling, we can just kill him. If he really can't be killed, then let him become trash. Middle-aged man in black armor, who had not spoken all this while spoke out. His ice-cold voice was filled with power, and it was obvious that he had a lot of prestige amongst the few middle-aged men. The other middle-aged men nodded. "I wonder if the other divine nations S are hiding here, and don't let them S, N, A, T, C, H them away. Furthermore, they should have already heard about Chun Xiang's situation, with the 6 realms mirrors D murdering sword techniques and heavenly alchemy on him. Even if we cannot obtain them, we cannot let them obtain them." The middle-aged man in black armor said. The golden-cloaked man said, "Isn't this inappropriate? If they knew that we did so, that wouldn't be appropriate." Middle-aged man in black armor laughed coldly. "So when we attack, we have to hide ourselves, and we can't let them know. We have to be faster than them, of course. Even if they knew, what can they do to us?" Chun Xiang, who was familiarizing himself with his opponents on the stage, did not know that on the buildings around the plaza, the experts sent by the divine nations were hiding and scheming how to deal with him. Although Chun Xiang did not know, but he could guess that the rankers sent by the 9G DS nation would definitely make a move against him during this period of time. Thus, he had already asked Feng Yujie to rope in some of the rankers within the Supreme Divine Palace to help him find a helper. Of course, with the vermilion bird and the white tiger around, he was extremely at ease. With Yang Tianyi, who had cultivated up to the 3rd bones, at the bottom of the shop he was even more at ease. There were more than 200 Partik. 1 P ants Partik. 1 P aiding in the demi-G. D's compet. 1 Taiyan, and compared to the crowd of disciples that stood around the plaza, these 200 named demi-G. D could be said to be very few, and there were only about 10 young faces. Other than Supreme Divine Palace's people, there were also 6 realms Divine Palace's people, as well as the other powerhouses, and there were also young demi-G. D. At this moment, over 200 strong men walked in with a large vat filled with all kinds of low-grade divine medicines. These brawny men walked to the side of the 200 over Alchemy DS and put down the large vat. This should be the magical pill used in the compet. 1 Taiyan. There were a lot of divine medicines in the huge vat, and they were all of good quality. At this moment, all of the alchemists in the arena could tell the quality based on the smell of the divine medicines. There were a lot of divine medicines in the huge vat, and they were all of good quality. At this moment, all of the alchemists in the arena could tell the quality based on the smell of the divine medicines. The disciples that were partook, 1. P. aiding in the compet, 1. Tian, all stood up and carefully looked at the divine medicines within the large vat. Many of them frowned because they did not recognize these divine medicines. Chun Xiang didn't know either, in the knowledge that Feng Yuje had said unto him. There was nothing related to these divine medicines. These divine medicines were all obtained by those fellows from divine nations. They will give you the pill formulas later and have you all refine them according to the formulas. Luo Tianjun whispered to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang quietly swept across the crowd and realized that there were few who were calm. 3 of them were young, and the other 2 were old. They all looked calm when they saw the strange divine medicines, and Chun Xiang suspected that someone behind them was also telling them what the rules were. In these vats, there are 2 jade plates and pill formulas. The first round of the compet. 1. Tie-in is to refine the shopping danas within the limited amount of pills. Once the sand in the hourglass S is emptied, this round will be the end of the compet. 1 Tan. Old iron C. O.C. K pointed to an hourglass. S in the distance. It looked relatively small, so he could only hold on for 4 hours at most. In just 4 hours, he would have to refine 2 batches of shopping dan, and it was the kind of shopping dan that had never been refined before. What Chun Xiang was more concerned about was that there were only 2 types of pill formulas, but there were too many divine medicines in the huge vat. There were at least 100 types of low-ranked divine medicines, and there were even more than 10 large black tree roots beneath them. Chun Xiang suspected that these 2 shopping dan would need to use up all of the divine medicine in the huge vat. If that was the case, then refining one of the shopping dan would require at least 10 different sets of low-rank divine medicine. You can start looking for the pill formulas now. After old iron C. O.C. K finished speaking the hourglass. S started to flip, and the disciples partook. 1. P, aiding in the tournament, started to curse in their hearts. Before this, Chun Xiang had already clearly seen the inside of the large jar with his divine sense, so he quickly took out 2 jade tablets and dripped some blood into his divine sense to take a look. Just as he had guessed before, the 2 divine pellets that he wanted to refine required dozens of sets of divine pellets. Inside the jade token, there was only the recipe, not the name of the supreme dan. What is the purpose of these divine pellets? I can't see anything from these ingredients. These divine nations are really mysterious. Chun Xiang planned to first refine the pellets that required the most amounts of mystical pills, and he would need 70 of them. Picking out the divine medicines from the vats also required a lot of time, as this was a huge test of the alchemist's speed in recognizing the divine medicines. Right now, many of the alchemists were complaining in their hearts, because they felt that just picking the divine medicines out of the vats and handling them a little was already a long time ago. Chun Xiang did not feel anything. He treated it as a challenge. From the very start of the match, he wasn't competing with anyone else, but rather he was fighting against time. These alchemists had very high requirements in many aspects. If they were impatient, they would start to get very irritated right now. So when they were sorting through the divine medicines, it would also have a huge impact, causing their speed to become very slow. Those who weren't confident enough would have the thought of giving up, feeling that they would definitely lose. This sort of person was already destined to lose. Of course, there were many outstanding alchemists present who were able to keep their cool and calmly go over to pick and choose the divine medicine. Chun Xiang had already heard quite a few sighs and complaints because there were other kinds of mystical pills inside the huge vat. They were not used to refine the 2 types of divine pills, but were purposely mixed inside to increase the difficulty of the compet. 1 Tian. The divine medicines that have been mixed in are somewhat similar to the divine medicines used to refine the competing divine pellets. If one is not careful, they will be able to recognize their mistakes. Is this a test of your ability to discern medicinal herbs? Chun Xiang also felt that it was a little difficult to refine at this time. After half an hour, finally, someone started to refine pills. This caused many people to focus their gaze on this person. It was an extremely luxuriously dressed old man, the Alchemy God of 6 Realms Divine Palace. The pill furnace used by this old man was also very big. As he refined the pills, he sorted out the divine medicines he had poured out of the vat. He also had to sort out the second type of divine pills that were needed to concoct in the compote. 1 Tian. This way, a great deal of time could be saved, and many of the partic. 1 P. Aiding disciples also planned on doing so. It wasn't easy to do this, especially when one was concocting a strange divine pill. If one was distracted and went to pick and choose divine medicines, it was very easy to fail. Chen Xiang did not do that because these types of divine pills were unfamiliar to him. He had to be careful, since he only needed to succeed in refining 2 types of divine pills in this compote. 1 Tian. That old man is Xiao Changle's disciple that he just accepted. Although he is very old, his strength is not bad and he is very talented. His talent in pill refining was dug out by Xiao Changle. Luo Tianjun sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. According to what I know, there are at least 5 people here who have refined those 2 divine pellets. This is because the people that the divine nations has sent have all come in contact with these 5 pill GODs before. Qin Xiang immediately understood why the old man from the 6 Realms Divine Palace would be so fast and nimble. This was the only way to gain the most time. Qin Xiang changed his strategy. He would first pick out 2 types of miracle medicines before starting to refine them. In a short period of time, there were more than 20 people partic. 1 P. Aiding in the compote. 1 Tian who started fire to concoct pills. But Chen Xiang had yet to begin, and now an hour had already passed, said. Chen Xiang picked out the divine medicine and carefully examined it again. If the divine medicine was wrong, it would be equivalent to failure, so Chen Xiang chose this point very carefully. I'll just use this cauldron. It should be sufficient. Chen Xiang took out a relatively large pill furnace. This pill furnace was very ordinary. He had asked Feng Yujie to prepare these for him. It was not that Chen Xiang did not want to use a good pill furnace. It was just that he had not found anything satisfactory, so he brought a lot of normal pill furnaces with him. There's still an hour left. It should be enough. Chen Xiang looked at the hourglass. And then placed the first batch of D's pills medicinal ingredients into the furnace. There was a total of 70 sets. Qin Xiang was very famous amongst the inferior level pill ODS, especially with his miraculous pill refining skills. It did not follow common sense at all. According to the pill formulas, there should be a sequence of 70 types of delay medicines, but he threw them all in one go. What was shocking was not only that, but also that he threw the other 60 sets of ingredients in. Those 60 sets of divine medicines were meant to be used to refine the second kind of shopping dan. If one pill furnace could concoct 2 similar divine medicines at the same time, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Even a pill D with a decent level would be able to do so. But right now, the divine pellets Qin Xiang refined were 2 different kinds. There was a huge difference between the 2 types of divine pellets, but he actually threw them into a furnace to refine them, and this was his first time refining one. This was also because Qin Xiang had no other choice. He had planned to use 2 pill furnaces, but with 2 pill furnaces, he needed to be distracted even more. Now that the 2 divine pills were in the same furnace, although he needed to be distracted, it wasn't as serious as the 2 pill furnaces. This was also because Qin Xiang had no other choice. He had planned to use 2 pill furnaces, but with 2 pill furnaces he needed to be distracted even more. Now that the 2 divine pills were in the same furnace, although he needed to be distracted, it wasn't as serious as the 2 pill furnaces. The alchemy that Qin Xiang used was a original source refining that he had comprehended himself. Using this alchemy to refine divine pills was easier to control. which was why he did it. On the surface, it seemed like he had to take both sides into consideration, but in reality he had now divided the 100 over divine medicines into more than 100 separate regions, and was going to use his flames to quickly refine them and search for spirit blood-s. In the past, when he refined those divine pellets that he had never refined before, he would only use the original source refining to refine them bit by bit. But now that he had the time to do so, he could only use the flames to quickly refine them according to his own experience. He's using the heavenly alchemy now. I have heard of the heavenly alchemy, but I have never seen how it is used, so I can't tell how he refined it either. He was also from divine nations, and although he looked very young and his clothes were relatively ordinary, his status was much more blee than the middle-aged men who were discussing how to kill Qin Xiang previously. The red-clothed man watched from the window, and an old man beside him said, "Young, and blee, how about we capture him and have him teach you heavenly alchemy? I can make my move now." "No, I heard that cultivating the heavenly alchemy requires a lot of luck. I don't want this kind of forceful method. I want to let nature take its course." "Don't do it. I want to see how this Chen Xiangpa said this compet. One, Tian, and see if he is as delay as the legends say." The red-clothed man's voice was somewhat severe. He was obviously criticizing the old man for his barbaric actions just now. The old man's expression turned to one of fear as he hurriedly said, "Young master is right. This old servant knows he is wrong." "It's good that you know your wrongs." The red-clothed man nodded his head, then asked, in the compet, 1. Tian Arena, the first few inferior grade pill DS who started refining pills were all chosen by the other divine nations, right? Our divine nations would definitely not do such a thing. We must select the truly outstanding alchemists to cultivate. Sir, if Chen Xiang wins, are you going to bring him back to the divine nations? I heard that many divine nations want to capture him. Even if they can't, they have to destroy him. The old man said, "I've heard of this before, so let nature take its course." The red-clothed man casually said, "He didn't force anything. Everything was as it should be." It had already been 2 hours, and many of the Partic 1. 8 disciples were sweating profusely. As for the old man from 6 realms divine palace, he had a relaxed expression on his face, as if victory was in his grasp. But the one who attracted the most attention was Chen Xiang, because he was refining 2 different divine pellets within the same furnace. But there were many different divine pellets, 2 unfamiliar divine pellets. Seeing that he persisted for so long without making any mistakes, one could tell that he had a chance. So that's how it is. This first round isn't about pill refining, but about mental state. Actually, these 2 pills are all very easy to forge. They are just a test of one's patience and confidence. Chen Xiang never thought that he would find spirit blood-s from the divine medicines so quickly. Furthermore, it was very easy to fuse them together. Chen Xiang was curious now. Why would those divine nations open a back door for some of the disciples here? Could it be that he had already been selected by the divine nations? Completed, the old man from 6 realms divine palace opened his eyes and said indifferently. He was the first to start a fire to refine pills, and also the first to refine a pill. He opened the pill furnace. Inside were 4 dazzling divine pills. Although he did not know what kind of pills they were, they looked pretty good. Next, he began the second batch. As he began, more and more people began to complete the first set of divine pills. Currently, 10 people had already finished the first furnace and were beginning to refine the second furnace. As for the second furnace, it was the most difficult and had a lot of medicinal ingredients. Another hour said in the blink of an eye. It hadn't been long since the end of the compet. 1 Tian. Chen Xiang has not been refined yet. Is there a mistake? It's all been lit here. Gu Laosen said, "What's the rush? Can't you see that Chen Xiang is still very calm?" The oldest Gu replied, "It's not like you didn't see this little brat using his palm to refine pills last time. I wouldn't even be surprised if he had any tricks up his sleeve. Feng Yujie laughed. Even though you say that, he is always able to catch me by surprise. Luo Tianjun scoffed. These divine pellets are all useless divine pellets. They can be merged any time they want. Eating these kind of divine pellets is just making me feel comfortable. It's really a scam. Luo Tianjun had already looked at those medicinal ingredients very carefully just now, so he could recognize some of them. Look, that old man has finished the second furnace. This guy is really amazing. Xiao Cho shouted. He did not know that the old man was at the back door. He had already refined it once, which was why he was so fast. After becoming the first person to complete the task, the elder did not have any expression on his face. He slowly took out the 4 white divine pills from the pill furnace and handed them over. Chun Xiang felt that it was strange. If he and a few others who went through the back door were already selected by the divine nations, why would they come and partake? 1. P8 in this kind of compet. 1 Tian? Could it be for the sake of entering the divine nations in name? Chun Xiang suddenly understood. Looks like all these fellows gave the people sent by the divine nations a lot of benefits. Those who came from the divine nations were definitely rich and powerful, but they were still bribed. From this, it could be seen how expensive the few people from the back door must have paid. Chun Xiang suddenly thought that the old man from 6 Realms Divine Palace had entered the divine nations. Could it be that it was arranged by Xiao Chang'e? Most likely. Only the Hall Master of the 6 Realms Divine Palace, Xiao Chang'e, could come into contact with the experts sent by the divine nations and give them some benefits so that they could bring the old man back to the divine nations. There was not much time left. Only 6 people could finish it. While Chun Xiang was still refining pills, he was not in a rush because he believed that he could finish it before the time was up. All right. Chun Xiang shouted, patting the lid of his pill furnace. It was half the height of a man. It was as big as a water jar. After he was done, there were still some hourglass left. Previously, many people were nervous for Chun Xiang because the time was almost up. Seeing that he had finished shouting, they also wanted to see if he had really completed it. After all, he was concocting 2 pills in a single pill furnace. There was a middle-aged man by Old Iron Sea. CK side. This middle-aged man was responsible for inspecting the divine pellets that were refined, and it looked like he came from divine nations. He said to Chun Xiang, "Take out the divine pellets that you have refined." Chun Xiang did not immediately take out the divine pill, but instead walked towards the middle-aged man who was in charge of inspecting the pill furnace. The pill god who was in charge of inspecting and accepting the divine pill raised his hand and indicated that Chun Xiang should not continue carrying the pill furnace up, and said, "There's no need to bring the pill furnace up. You can just directly give the divine pill to me." The pill god who was in charge of inspecting and accepting the divine pill raised his hand and indicated that Chun Xiang should not continue carrying the pill furnace up, and said, "There's no need to bring the pill furnace up. You can just directly give the divine pill to me." The divine pills refined during the compet. 1. Tian were not his own. This point was not objected to by all the partic. 1. Piance. As long as the divine pills were to pass S, he would pass S the first round. Chun Xiang continued to walk up and said with a smile, "It's extremely necessary." The middle-aged man did not say anything and waited for Chun Xiang to bring the pill furnace over. The road was not far. Chun Xiang quickly walked to the stage and put down the pill furnace. They were high up, invisible to the DS below, only visible to those on the buildings at the edge of the field. Chun Xiang opened the lid of the pill furnace and a ray of red light shone. The light enveloped the entire hole in the furnace, making it impossible to see what kind of delay pill was inside. Seeing these clouds of light, many pill DS first reactions were that they thought this was the spirit of the divine pill. Generally, only the highest quality divine pills would be able to reach the peak of perfection. In the past, Qinxiang had also refined pills of this quality. It was just that they were all below the holy pellet level. He had never refined a divine pellet before, and very few people had the strength to do so. It's not pill light, but... When Luo Tianjun saw it clearly, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. At this time, many people had also seen it. The reason why there was such a strong light was not because of the divine pills, but because there were too many divine pills inside. The middle-aged man who was in charge of inspecting the pill furnace was stunned. He had seen it clearly the moment he had opened the lid. He was stunned for a while before recovering from his shock. He took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, "A total of 347 pills." The disciples that were originally spectating at the side of the plaza were all whispering to each other. When they heard the middle-aged man's words, they all immediately quietened down. The person who produced the most pills was 6 Realms Divine Palaces, Pill G. Odie, he was the first to complete it. His output surprised many Pill G. Oh, DS, though it was just a few pills. But now, Qinxiang had more than 300 pills. Many people had not seen it with their own eyes, so they would rather believe in the sun formula than believe that Qinxiang could refine a few hundred pills in one go. Although it was just a shopping dan, it was still difficult to refine. The middle-aged man held up the pill furnace and poured out the more than 300 divine pills, each of which was glowing brightly. These were the 2 types of pills combined. One was golden and the other was white. These over 300 supreme Dan beads were piled up in a small pile on the ground. One glance was enough to tell that these were absolutely supreme Dan beads. The pill G, DS that produced the pills from before, all added together, were not as many as him. Because these pills were all useless and had so many medicinal ingredients, Qinxiang was able to refine 2 or 3 of them using his refining method. That was why he had so many pills in the end. Gongzi, you're also an apothecary. What's going on? The old man behind the red-clothed man was extremely astonished. His face was filled with disbelief. The red-clothed man frowned as he pondered, shaking his head. I don't know, I've already refined this kind of divine pill before. Back when I was taking the exam to refine these 2 kinds of divine pills, the difficulty of refining them wasn't too high. At that time, I could only refine 3 pills each. Young master, the reason Qinxiang is so powerful is definitely because of the heavenly alchemy. We must definitely get him. Greed flashed in the old man's eyes. The red-clothed man said indifferently, "It's mine, it will always be mine. If I were to TCH the heavenly alchemy, I think I wouldn't be able to be like him, because the heavenly alchemy doesn't belong to me in the first place. If the heavenly alchemy is mine, then I don't even need to TCH it." The old man couldn't help but sigh, because his young master was such a person. Young master, if you can obtain the heavenly alchemy, then the emperor's seat would most likely be yours. The emperor had repeatedly hinted that the emperor's position and everything about him would be set on to the most capable prince. Young master, although you have decent talent, but the other princes... The red-clothed man faintly smiled. I've never thought of fighting for the throne. I just need to watch from the side. If I partook 8 in this kind of boring and foolish thing, wouldn't I be watched by others? The old man was speechless. If one obtained the throne, they could control a divine nations and had supreme power. If they received the inheritance, their strength could rise to another level. There were so many princes and princes in the divine nations. However, only the red-clothed man did not have such thoughts. The rankers sent by the divine nations were even more eager to get the heavenly alchemy. They all thought that as long as they could get the heavenly alchemy, they would need to refine a few hundred of the divine pellets, just like Qinxiang had done. Qinxiang already knew that the rankers sent by the divine nations were nearby, so he purposely put on a high profile. The reason he did that was to make these people take action against him, and at that time he would let Yang Tianyi kill them all. After Qinxiang had said there was still one more person who had finished refining the hourglass. S when it was just finished. Now, there was a total of 5 people who could enter the next round. Originally, there were many disciples who entered the compet. 1, Tian, but now there were only 8 left, showing just how difficult the next round would be. Right now, it was no longer the Pill God who was competing with the Pill God, but rather challenging the harsh rules of the compet. 1, Tian. 3 matches were going to take place in half a day, so time was of the essence. The old Iron K announced the rules of the second round. There is no need for the second round. The 5 people who produce the most pills can enter the final round. Hearing this rule, the 3 Pill GODs who produced the least amount of pills felt extremely unwilling, but they did not dare to say anything. They could only walk out of the arena with regret. Chen Xiang guessed that the rules for the second round had definitely been changed at the last minute, because such a rule was simply too general, but there was nothing that he could do. After all, no one objected, and as a disciple partook. 1 P aiding in the compet. 1 Tian, he naturally didn't dare to say anything. Just when Qin Xiang was guessing this way, Luo Tianjun sent him a sound transmission. The rules for the second round were not like this. They suddenly changed. This should be because someone is worried about an uncontrollable situation occurring in this match. Old Iron K continued to speak. Now, the third round, if you can enter the top 3, you will receive a reward. The second and third place had 2 precious Xiaopingdan recipes, and the one in first place will receive the Zhongping Dan's pill formula. Old Iron K paused for a moment, then continued. The third rank's pill formula is the Beast Spirit Pellet. The second rank is the Clone Spirit Pellet. The first rank is the Life Soul Divine Pellet. Now that he had announced the rewards for the Divine Pellet formulas, Qin Xiang felt a lot more at ease. Otherwise, if he were to suddenly receive a ranking, he would temporarily decide to give some garbage Divine Pellet formulas. Hearing the name of these 3 Geodaily pills, the crowd of Pill GODs were all amazed, because the pill formulas of these 3 Geodaily pills were indeed very precious. Hearing the name of these 3 Delay pills, the crowd of Pill DS were all amazed, because the pill formulas of these 3 Delay pills were indeed very precious. If there was such a generous reward for a match between a demi-G, then what about a GOD and a high GOD? Everyone was guessing. The ruler beast pill is mainly used to feed the divine beast. As long as you feed it to the special GOD beast for a period of time, then it is very likely that the special GOD beast will identify you as its master, and even if it is very powerful, it will still obediently listen to you. The second type of pill, after consuming it, would produce a pill the size of an egg, spitting it out of its mouth. After a period of time, the pill would break out of its SHELL and become a little person, and after feeding it a GOD transforming pill every 7 days, that little person would become exactly the same size as him. He would lose all consciousness and become a little person. If there were some situations where he had to give up his physical body and run out of divine soul, then this backup clone would have a lot of use. Thus, the divine clone pellet was a very special and rare type of divine pellet. Although they were both low grade, but the medicinal ingredients for these 2 divine pellets could both evolve. If he could find high-grade divine medicines, then he could also refine high-grade ones. And the prize for first place, the Life Soul Divine Pill, was extremely useful to Qin Xiang. The Life Soul Pill was similar to the Delay Clone Pill. The Delay Clone Pill mainly focused on cultivating its own spare body. On the other hand, the Life Soul Pellet could cultivate and produce divine soul. It could be said to be a copy of a divine soul that one already had. However, it wasn't like the GOD transforming pellet, where it was guaranteed to give birth to a pellet. The Life Soul Divine Pellet isn't always the same as the Bone Level Dan, but if it succeeds, it can replicate a strong divine soul. Therefore, the Life Soul Divine Pellet is still very precious. In addition, you will also give them the divine medicine they need. So all of you must work hard. Although the old Iron Sea, CK looked impartial. In his heart, he was very supportive of Qinxiang, even though it was not fair now. But he saw the strength that Qinxiang had displayed just now, so getting a rank was not difficult at all. Qinxiang was worried about the divine medicine just now, and didn't expect that the divine medicine would reward him as well. This would make him work even harder to get the reward that he wanted. He took a glance at the other 4 Partik. 1P aiding Pill G, DS. Other than the 6 realms divine palaces, Pill G, D. The other 3 were middle-aged. Most of the young Pill G, DS from Dan Hall had all gone to Partik. 1P 8 in the compet. 1 tie-in with the GODS, so he didn't see much of them. Of these 3, 2 of them belong to our Dan Hall, while the other one actually belongs to our purple smoke divine mountain. When Qinxiang saw the familiar purple attire, he immediately recognized it. Luo Tianjun sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. The purple smoke divine mountain and the 6 realms divine palace that have been able to enter this match have all gone through the back door. They have given those divine nations rankers who are in charge of managing the compet. 1 tie in a lot of benefits. The old Iron Sea, CK said. I believe the 5 of you must have been well prepared to be able to reach this step. And for the next compet, 1 tie-in, you all need to use your divine medicines to refine the shopping dan that you think is the most precious, and we will be the ones to prepare the pill furnace. Before he came here, Luo Tianjun had already warned Qinxiang many times to prepare the divine medicine he was most proficient in. The best would be those that were sold very expensive or very precious. Had Partik 1P aided in these types of compet, 1 tie-ins many times, and he was very experienced with them. Now he really had to make adequate preparations. Qinxiang secretly sweated in his heart because he did not have this kind of preparation before, especially for the shopping dan's divine medicine. If it wasn't for the divine medicine Yang Tianyi gave him in the star moon HEL, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the shopping dan at all. There are only 4 hours left. After you have finished refining, in order to let all your friends who are watching the compet, 1 tie-in Partik, 1P8, the shopping dan that you have refined must all be auctioned off, and you are the auctioneers. After the auction, the ranking would be decided by the Xin Yuan stone that were sold. Of course, when the time comes, we will have a special inspection team to prevent compet. 1 tours from cheating. The old Iron Sea, K continued to talk about the rules. Qinxiang was very clear that if he wanted to win completely, he could only refine bone level dan because most of the people that were able to make it here were very strong. They would definitely possess a good shopping dan medicinal formula in their hands, and if he did not refine bone level dan, he would not be able to compete at all. The distribution of the pill furnace was handled by the middle-aged man. After he was done, he solemnly asked, "You guys check and see if there are any problems." Qinxiang carefully checked the pill furnace. This bucket-sized pill furnace gave him a pretty good feeling. At least it was better than all the other broken pill furnaces. Only a little smaller. "No problem." Qinxiang and the other 4 alchemists said. At this moment, the pill G, DS Partik, 1 P8ing in the compet, 1 tie-in were all nervous because they were worried that the shopping dan they refined would not sell enough. In order to sell more Shen Yuan Stone S, they had to produce more pills, which were of a higher quality and more practical type. Qinxiang was clear that the bone level dan would definitely be bought by someone else. If he was willing to sell too many pills, then it would be even more expensive. What made him a little worried was exposing that he knew how to refine bone level dan, but he had already given it his all. Just concocting a few hundred divine pills in one furnace had already attracted his attention. Let's begin. There are only 4 hours left. You must make full use of this time. Old Iron Sea, CK shouted. This compet, 1 tie-in was unlike the one before, where there were many preparations, so 4 hours of time seemed to be very sufficient. However, for the pill D who wanted to refine a batch of ultimate shopping dan, it was still very urgent, because to produce many pills, high quality, and a precious shopping dan was extremely difficult. The Partic 1 P aiding pill DS immediately took out their own divine medicines, which also made the spectating pill DS very excited. The pill formulas were all extremely secretive, and if one could see the divine medicines, they might be able to figure out their own pill formulas. At the very least, they would know which pill formulas to use. Even Luo Tianjun, Liang Gaoi, and the high-level divine pellet DS like Xiao Chang'o were looking carefully at the divine pellets were taken out. After Qin Xiang took out the bone-level dan's divine medicine, both Liang Gaoi and Xiao Chang'o immediately frowned, because they didn't recognize any of the divine medicine. On the other hand, Old Iron OCK often saw it, because Feng Yujie often went to Supreme Hall to put up purchase announcements. He often had these divine medicines, and the purchase price Feng Yujie offered was also very high. Luo Tianjun did not know either, but he could guess what kind of delayed pill Qin Xiang refined. He never thought that Qin Xiang would obtain it so quickly. Previously, he did not even support Qin Xiang's high profile, but now he felt that it was nothing. He understood the attitude of the divine nations towards Qin Xiang. He also knew that after this round, Qin Xiang would have to leave. There were many rankers in divine nations spectating the tie-in from the side. But if it was said that his status was the most ennobli, the one with the highest status should be that red-clothed man. He was a pill god, and a prince of divine nations at that. There were many rankers in divine nations spectating the tie-in from the side. But if it was said that his status was the most ennobli, the one with the highest status should be that red-clothed man. He was a pill and a prince of divine nations at that. Within the divine nations, the divine lord was the strongest. As a prince, his strength was definitely not inferior to Qin Xiang's. When the mysterious prince saw Qin Xiang take out the blood-bone divine flower, heavenly tendon S and 7 love divine flower, his entire body trembled in shock. Young master, aren't these divine medicines supposed to be used to refine bone level dan? It was nothing to him to have these divine medicines. But why would he have bone level dan? This is your master's signature divine pill in the entire 9G. DS Nation, only 4 king grade and pill DS are able to refine bone level dan. Excluding your master, the other 2 are already dead, and the crippled are both missing. He was a follower, and this was the divine pill that his young lord was most proficient in. The pill formula actually ended up in the hands of someone else. The old follower raged. Young master, I'll capture him right now and force him to reveal where the pill formula came from. No, keep watching. The red-clothed man was a very special prince and had a sense of belonging to someone who stayed out of worldly affairs. He said, besides my master, there are other pill DS who know of the bone level dan's pill formula. It wouldn't be weird if it would spread. Furthermore, when I thought about it earlier, my master was responsible for giving the Supreme Divine Palace the pill formulas, and I felt that he must have done it when the bone level dan was here. The old follower was puzzled. Why did your master choose to do it himself? Such a precious pill formula. Yet he casually threw it to such a Ned place. If it was in the divine nations, who knows how many Supreme Danji DS would fight over it. The red-clothed man smiled faintly. I also don't know why Master did that. In short, Master definitely has his reasons, since Master is able to become the overlord of our divine nations. Moreover, he is our divine nations' #1 alchemist he definitely wouldn't do something so stupid. From the looks of it, this bone level dan's pill formula was in the hands of an interesting person, and that person even knew heavenly alchemy. Master is truly a genius. And now I want to see to what extent this Chun Xiang can be refined to, can be considered as me secretly competing with him. The old follower shook his head. He felt that this young master's incomprehensible actions were all learned from his master, because the two were too similar. He felt that his young lord and prince had a pretty good status in the eyes of the divine lord, and his master also had a great amount of authority and talent, so he was naturally extremely talented. As long as he fought for it a little, the throne would definitely belong to this young lord and prince. But he didn't have the heart to fight for it, and would just let nature take its course. When Chun Xiang previously obtained the bone level Dan's pill formula from the Dan Heart Pavilion, he was extremely confused why such a precious pill formula would be in this kind of place. He did not know that this was deliberately placed by an outstanding pill G. D, and furthermore, the pill G. D's disciple was watching from the sidelines. This batch of bone level Dan must be refined well, and must be used to the utmost in order to obtain the middle grade life soul pellet recipe. A very determined voice sounded in Chun Xiang's heart. Yu Jia, do you know what divine pill Chun Xiang is refining? The vermilion bird was extremely curious and sent a sound transmission to Feng Yujia, because everyone could see the confident expression on Chun Xiang's face. Feng Yujia smiled and replied, when he is done refining, when the auction will begin, wouldn't you already know about it? Feng Yujia was actually trying to keep her in suspense. She scolded with a smile. Yujia, you're still as naughty as ever. Xiao Chou came to Luo Tianjuan's side and said, Old Master Luo, can we buy the divine pills that my master refined? Luo Tianjun patted his bald head and laughed. No, you cannot buy him from someone he is familiar with, otherwise it will be deemed as a failure. You don't have to worry. When the time comes, the divine pills refined by your master will definitely be fought over by a bunch of people. To be honest, even I want to S-N-A-T-C-H it. Mu Chen was also intrigued and asked, What kind of divine pellet is this? Camel, you can already tell? Luo Tianjun smiled, but did not speak, as though he would not say it now. Xiao, do you know what kind of divine pill it is? Seeing Luo Tianjuan smile, Mu Chen asked. Xiao Changle shook his head. I can't think of any shopping Dan that could be robbed by Lao Luo right now. What kind of divine pill is this? I don't even know what divine medicine it is. Yuer, who was hiding in her bag, also knew what kind of divine pellet it was. She only hoped that Yang Tianyi, who was fusing the star divine soul in the secret room, would finish it quickly, because that star moon ancestor emperor was already slowly approaching, and Chun Xiang was also constantly courting death. Inside the building at the side, the middle-aged men who wanted to capture Chun Xiang were also extremely curious. They wanted to know what kind of divine pellet Chun Xiang was refining, because they had seen before how the 3 types of divine pellets Chun Xiang took out were bought at high prices in the divine nations. You all saw it just now. This Chun Xiang's pill refining skills are extraordinary. This definitely originated from the heavenly alchemy. We must get our hands on the heavenly alchemy. That way we can secretly cultivate a group of alchemy G. DS who can quickly refine pills. Before long, we will also have a pretty good power, and we can also become stronger by relying on a large amount of divine pills. The middle-aged man in black armor said. When the other middle-aged men heard this, they were slightly shocked. Is he trying to rebel? A middle-aged man's voice trembled. No, we just do not want to be annihilated. We need to have a certain level of strength, and if one day we are cleansed, if we do not have a certain amount of power, we will definitely die. You should all be aware that the various divine lordess are preparing to pot S down the throne, and our divine nations has 12 princes. At that time, we will have to stand in teams. Middle-aged man in black armor coldly snorted a few times. The other middle-aged men did not say anything. But when the time came, it would definitely be the divine nations' storm of blood. This was also why the divine nations that Yi Bidong had mentioned had met with trouble, but he did not know why the 9 divine nations would S down their throne at such a short period of time. Chen Xiang was currently using all his strength to refine pills, and he did not know that danger was approaching. The Star Moon Ancestor Emperor had long since woken up, and even though they were on the way here, Yang Tianyi still did not appear. Only Wei was extremely worried because she could clearly sense that the Star Moon Ancestor Emperor was approaching. Mu Chen was chatting with the White Tiger. His expression suddenly changed and said softly, "They're here, Divine Lion Race. We expect to arrive in about 6 hours." Xiao Chang'e also quickly found out the news. They had sent spies far away. They would send the messages if anything happened. "Come on, I'm going to teach that little bee ASTARDA lesson." The White Tiger was extremely furious when it thought of Qi Yan's death. Although the Divine Lion Race came, Luo Tianjun and the others did not tell him, afraid that they would affect his performance. Although the Divine Lion Race came, Luo Tianjun and the others did not tell him, afraid that they would affect his performance. And Yue wasn't worried about Prince Divine Lions, but that Star Moon Ancestor Emperor. All the rankers present could resist the attacks of the Divine Lion Race. But when the Ancestor Emperor made his move, if the rankers from divine nations did not make their move, no one here could win against him. Mu Qin had already prepared himself for the Divine Lion Race's attack. He and Xiao Chang'e were both hall masters of the 2 shrines, plus their hall elders and the White Tiger Vermilion Bird. They felt that it would be very easy at that time. Thinking about it, Mu Chen was no longer nervous, but he suddenly received a message. Mu Qin and Xiao Chang'e had arrived at the transmission at almost the same time, and their faces became extremely solemn. Star Moon Divine Race is here too, and it's even the entire Star Moon Divine Race's most powerful force that has been mobilized. Even the Patriarch of the Star Moon Divine Race is here. What is going on? Mu Qin said in shock. "I also just received a message. If the Patriarch of the Star Moon Divine Race comes, wouldn't King Leonis, the Patriarch of the Divine Lion Race, appear as well?" Xiao Chang'e's face did not look good. They had just started the compet. One tie-in, and such a thing was already happening. If they could not resist it, the 2 great shrines would be in a lot of trouble. Xiao Chang'e said, "It seems that I have to call all the clan elders of my 6 realms divine palace over." If the 6 realms divine palace and the supreme divine palace joined hands and were unable to resist the 2 divine beast races from the beast divine palace, then the human side of the divine hall would truly be too weak. Mu Qin looked at Yi Bidong, who nodded his head and then left. Clearly, he was going to inform some of the old experts who were cultivating in seclusion. Many of the people watching were in high spirits. They had no idea that a great battle was approaching. The compet 1 tie-in of the inferior tier pill G. D could be concluded in half a day. Now, all he had to do was wait for the other pill refiners to finish refining the pill, and the compet 1 tie-in would be over. The 5 pill DS were currently desperately trying to refine the most precious divine pellets they could. But in truth, this rule couldn't reflect the strength of the pill GOD. This was because some of the precious divine pellets weren't that difficult to refine, and it was only because of the rarity of divine medicines. Therefore, many people understood that this rule had been formulated on a temporary basis. As for the reason for changing the rules on a temporary basis, there had to be another reason. Chun Xiang himself felt that this was his plan against some of the Partic. 1 ants from the pill GOD realm, because getting first place would allow him to obtain the Life Soul Divine Pills formula, which was probably very valuable in the Divine Nations, and even the experts that were sent by the Divine Nations would not dare to check for themselves. Thus they used this method to obtain it. "Young master, something's wrong." The old follower of the mysterious prince suddenly said, "Speak." The red-clothed man had been carefully staring at Chun Xiang's pill furnace, wanting to see the method Chun Xiang used to concoct from the qi emitted from the pill furnace. The old subordinate said, "Two great armies are approaching. They are the Divine Lion race and the Star Moon Divine race, and they are even being personally led by their patriarch. They are Russ, H.I. plussing here aggressively so they might come into conflict. Should we stop them?" The red-clothed man shook his head. "No need to bother. We came here in secret. Moreover, Royal Father had said a long time ago that we should not interfere too much in things here. He didn't know that they were all here for Qin Xiang. He was only really looking forward to Qin Xiang's Bone Level Dan being born, because he himself was also here to refine Bone Level Dan. However, he could only compare it to his master. However, the comparison was different when compared to Qin Xiang. He felt that Qin Xiang was about the same, that he had not had a single opponent for many years, which made him a little lonely. The Hourglass SS was about to leak out. None of the 5 Alchemy DS had finished refining their Hourglass SS, so it seemed that they had set the time. After all, if the duration was longer, it would have a more stable effect on the quality of the elixir. The first one to finish was the old man from the 6 Realms Divine Palace, followed by Qin Xiang and the others who also finished it. Qin Xiang grasped the time very well. It was not too difficult for him to use 4 hours to refine the Bone Level Dan. It was just that he needed to use his full power. We will proceed according to the order of the later auctions. The divine pills in your pill furnaces must be kept secret for the time being. The person in charge of the evaluation was the middle-aged man, while old Iron C. OCK was only in charge of starting. Qin Xiang frowned. He thought that he could immediately open the lid of the pill furnace. But if that was the case, he would be at a disadvantage, because he was the last one to complete the mission. The other 4 pill DS were definitely not weak. If their divine pills were all good, then when they finished auctioning off the first round, the number of Xin Yuan stone in the hands of the people present would definitely not be many. But it was not absolute because everyone was refining Shopping Dan, and the majority of the people who bought the Shopping Dan all had low cultivation. On the other hand, the people who bought the Bone Level Dan were different. Thinking about this, Qin Xiang relaxed a lot in his heart. He was not worried at all about selling his Bone Level Dan to those real rich people. The old man from 6 Realms Divine Palace was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with confidence. He opened his pill furnace and took out 3 translucent pills. Divine Deity Pill. Shopping Dan S that can help Profound D condense the second Divine Deity are relatively rare and precious, especially to Profound D. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "These 3 Divine Deity pellets are all of high quality." He could condense the second Divine Deity and become a God, but this stage was very difficult for many Profound God. Even if they had the confidence to condense the second Divine Deity, it would still take a while to do so. If they could condense it immediately, even if they had to pay a few Xin Yuan stone, they would still be very willing. Other than Profound DS who had the urge to buy them, there were also many DS who wanted to buy them for their own juniors to quickly break through. And most likely, the Profound D would only be able to compete with their stronger or GOD. There were only 3 pills in total, so it was obvious that the bidding war would be very intense. Let's begin now. We will not set a low price, and we will bid as we please. The middle-aged man was in charge of opening the auction. He was also a pill so he could have thrown out the Bone Level Dan just now. 500,000 Xin Yuan stone. When someone shouted, many Profound DS started to shout. The scene was extremely chaotic. However, the middle-aged man was extremely powerful. He could hear everyone's voices and could even tell who these voices came from. 2 million is the highest price this old man has called out. The middle-aged man pointed at an old man on a walking stick in the distance. To have such a price just for a Shopping Dan, this could be considered to be very good. The regeneration Dan that Feng Yujie refined was only 1 million Xin Yuan stone. And that was not the end, because there were still people raising the bid. The bidders were all spectating at the side of the plaza, while the ones with more money were on the pavilions beside the plaza. If these and S were to make a move, these people on the side would definitely not be able to compete with them. The bidders were all spectating at the side of the plaza, while the ones with more money were on the pavilions beside the plaza. If these and S were to make a move, these people on the side would definitely not be able to compete with them. 3 million already. Are there any more bids? The middle-aged man shouted, his voice enveloping the entire square. Everyone could hear him clearly. 1,500,000. The old voice was unhurried, coming from those pavilions. If it was someone from the pavilion, even if someone intentionally offered a high price, it would be difficult to judge. But a shopping dan that could sell for 2 million was already considered rare. If all three of them could be sold at this price, then it would be 6 million Shin yuan stone. The final rankings were calculated based on the total bid. It would be difficult to Serpa S a single batch of shopping dan and 6 million Shin yuan stone. No one continued to bid, and an old man came to the pavilion, paid the Shan yuan stone, and took the divine deity pellet and left. That old man was from the heavenly Lake, so he wasn't the type to raise prices on purpose. There were still 2 divine deity pills to be auctioned. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he once again began his noisy bidding, and the price quickly soared to 1 million Shin yuan stone. When it reached this level, it basically quietened down. After a few more rounds of bidding, the price had actually risen to 200 Shin yuan stone. And the last pellet also auctioned off 1,700,000 Shin yuan stone, bringing the total up to 5,700,000. These Shan yuan stone also all belonged to the 6 realms' divine palaces, Pil Od. A pot of shopping dan was able to earn that many Shan yuan stone, which made many inferior grade Pil Ods exclaim in their hearts. Therefore, the pressure on the partic 1p aiding Pil Ds was extremely high, and only Qinxiang was able to easily earn that many Shan yuan stone. So he believed that the bone-level dan was definitely not inferior to the divine deity pellet. However, it was only effective for Ods and demi Ods. This kind of divine pill was also quite useful, especially for Ods who had the same 5 attributes as themselves. Eating this kind of divine pill could help one break through the bottleneck. This pill Od standards were not bad. In such a short period of time, he could produce 3 pills in a single furnace. After all, they were not using heavenly alchemy like Qinxiang. Qinxiang secretly sighed with emotion. This super D realm was indeed a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. The price of 3 5 elements danas was 1,300,000, 1,150,000, and 1 million. Adding up, it was 3,450,000 Shen yuan stone, a lot less than the price of the old man. The third pill D was from the Supreme Divine Palace, and he was refining a kind of strange divine pellet, which was the one that had a strange usage, called bone shrinking divine pellet. This kind of divine pill is rather rare. After consuming it, one's bones will shrink and become a child. After the bones have shrunk, the strength of the body will not weaken. In addition, the body can develop its bones and muscles again through cultivation, and the process of development will also strengthen the body. This is a rather unique method of strengthening the body. That middle-aged man was very knowledgeable about pills and explained in detail the uses of this delay pill. However, if the body is too strong or has too many divine deity, eating it will not have too good of an effect. Eating below 3 divine deity is the best, including 3 divine deity. At this time, everyone had a certain understanding of this delay pill, especially those who were tired of living. They also wanted to experience the feeling of rejuvenation. After all, this was a rare delay pill, and its uses were quite good, Perhaps it could be sold at a higher price. There were only 2 of them in total. After a round of compete, 1, tie-in, they were all sold out, the first one being sold for 8 million Shen yuan stone, and the second being sold for 7 million. There was a total of 5 million, which was 50,000 more than the previous 3 5-elements Dan. Being able to get such a high price for a single pellet was beyond Chen Xiang's expectations. After all, he did not understand the curiosity in many people's hearts. The 4th type was the Blood Sea Divine Pellet, and the one who concocted this pellet was also from the Supreme Divine Palace, just like the one before, who looked like a middle-aged man. The Blood Sea Divine pill was rather famous and rare. After consuming it, one would be able to produce several vats of blood, but he would not suffer a huge loss of strength. The quality of the blood he released was also extremely high. Sometimes refining pills or equipment required a large amount of his own blood. Of course, the thing that used blood the most was to refine one's own divine weapon or divine weapon. These things consumed the most blood. If one took 1 Blood Sea Divine pill, they wouldn't have to worry too much about their vital energy being damaged after being drained. So these things were extremely useful. There were only 2 Blood Sea Divine pills. So Chen Xiang guessed that the final price should not be too low. Sure enough, after a while, the 2 Blood Sea Divine pills were sold. Each pellet of 1,800,000 Shin Yuan stone, added up to a total of 3,600,000, which was 100,000 more than the previous pellets. At this time, it was finally Chen Xiang's turn. As long as Chen Xiang's divine pellet was sold, he could immediately decide his ranking. Everyone present was deeply impressed by the terrifying amount of pills that Chen Xiang had produced. Many people present hoped that the shopping Dan in his furnace would be like the ones before, piled up inside like beans so that they would have the chance to buy these divine pellets. How many will it be? The fact that he could refine it in 4 hours was already not bad. When I first started refining low-quality bone-level Dan, I was only able to do so after a period of time. The red-clothed man was a little nervous, as if he was about to begin the battle. As A.N.O., Blueprints of Divine Nations, he had not felt such excitement in a long time. Whether he won or lost, he would definitely feel satisfied in his heart. This was because it had been a long time since he had held such a compet. 1. Tie-in, even though he was the one who had thought too much about it and was fighting with Chen Xiang alone. At this moment, Feng Yujie and the others were also looking forward to it very much, especially Luo Tianjun, because he knew that Chen Xiang was refining bone-level danes, but he didn't know how many of them. Mu Qin and Xiao Chengel were also looking forward to it, because they knew that the divine pellet Chen Xiang refined was not an ordinary one. Right now, they seemed to have forgotten the 2 approaching great armies of the divine beasts, as they waited for Chen Xiang to open the pill furnaces. The entire audience was silent, their hearts shouting, "Hurry up and open." Carrying the pill furnace, Chen Xiang walked to the side of the middle-aged man, because he wanted to give the middle-aged man a look at the quality of the divine pellet. Chen Xiang brought the pill furnaces up. The next thing to do was the middle-aged man. These pill furnaces were originally theirs. After refining, they would have to take them back, and after Chen Xiang took the Shin Yuan stone, it would be fine. Chen Xiang brought the pill furnaces up. The next thing to do was the middle-aged man. These pill furnaces were originally theirs. After refining, they would have to take them back, and after Chen Xiang took the Shin Yuan stone, it would be fine. The middle-aged man was also very curious about the pill refining compet. 1. Tie-in, he was in charge of supervising it. Previously, when Chen Xiang took out the bone-level Dan's medicinal ingredients, he did not recognize any of the divine medicines. Now that Chen Xiang brought the pill furnace up, he couldn't wait to go up and open the lid. There were 6 supreme Dan beads inside. Although the experts on the pavilion were far away from the center of the arena, they could still see the 6 divine Dan beads inside the pill furnace and were unable to recognize them. These 6 bone-level Dan-s were milky white in color. When the middle-aged man took them out from the pill furnace, he let everyone see more clearly. Of course, what they were most curious about was what kind of G. Oh, delay Dan were these 6. They were not precious. Young master, is this a bone level Dan? Why is it different from the one you refined? I remember that you refined it with a light yellow color. The old follower exclaimed in surprise when he saw the 6 pure, white divine pellets. The red-clothed man frowned and did not say a word because he was also not sure if it was a bone-level Dan or not. I am also clear because what my master refined is also light yellow. However, the divine medicine he uses is indeed the 3 that are needed to refine bone-level Dan. Xiao Chengel asked curiously, Old Luo, what exactly is this divine pellet? I've never seen it before. Didn't you say that you would know once it's out of the oven? When Luo Tianjun saw the 6 divine pellets, he was stunned for a while. Luo Tianjun had never seen bone-level Dan before, but he knew from the books that bone-level Dan were light yellow in color. What divine pill is this? The middle-aged man asked Qin Xiang awkwardly. He was already experienced and knowledgeable. Not only was he unable to recognize the divine medicine that Qin Xiang was refining the pills, he could not even recognize the completed products of the divine pills. Many people suspected that this was a divine pill that Qin Xiang himself created. If it had a good effect, it would sell for a good price, but he needed to prove the effectiveness of this pill. Bone-level Dan. Qin Xiang said one word at a time. Everyone in the plaza could hear his loud voice. Hearing these words, everyone was shocked, but they did not believe it because all the pill DS present had understood from their books what a bone-level Dan looked like. Right now, it was completely different from Qin Xiang's. The middle-aged man said, But this bone-level Dan is different from the ones in the books. I come from the divine nations and have personally seen the bone-level Dan. As for your color, it is pure white. Furthermore, the aroma of the medicinal pills is stronger. It is completely different from the bone-level Dan I know. The red-clothed man inside the pavilion also nodded his head because the bone-level Dan that he had refined himself was exactly the same as what the middle-aged man had said. At this moment, he also could not believe that Qin Xiang had refined a bone-level Dan, and perhaps it was because Qin Xiang had produced too many pills in one go. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. Before, he had also read about bone-level Dan-S, and it was indeed just as the middle-aged man had said. But the reason it was different now was because his method of refinement was different. His method was to bring out the best of the divine medicines, original source refining, but a bone-level Dan of the highest quality. Senior, then have you eaten bone-level Dan before? Qin Xiang asked. I have never eaten before, even in divine nations. Bone-level Dan are extremely precious. Low-rank bone-level Dan is also priceless. And even if I had Xinyuan stone, I wouldn't be able to buy it. The middle-aged man shook his head. If there was really a bone-level Dan in front of him, he would definitely buy it too. Qin Xiang asked again, Then, Senior, did you manage to cultivate bones? The middle-aged man in front of him had an extraordinary strength, and he was even a pill G. Qin Xiang guessed that his strength had already Serpa. S, said the Supreme G. Oh, D. And people with this kind of strength would really want to cultivate bones. No. The middle-aged man looked a little helpless, because up till now there was no direct method of cultivating bones. Qin Xiang said, Then, Senior, if you eat my bone-level Dan, can you confirm that this is a bone-level Dan? The middle-aged man thought for a moment. Yes, I know what it feels like to eat a bone-level Dan. Although I have never eaten it before, I can definitely tell it from the feeling described in the book. All right, in order to prove it, then I'll give you one, Senior. This is my gift to you. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. In his heart, he was also quite depressed. The bone-level Dan that he refined were the best, and the things that were recorded in the books were not good enough. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then placed a bone-level Dan into his mouth. When the divine pellet entered his mouth, the feeling described in the book immediately emerged. The middle-aged man's face was filled with ecstasy. It seemed like he could already confirm that this was the bone-level Dan. This is the bone-level Dan. Upon eating it, it feels exactly the same as what is written in the book, or maybe even stronger. Could it be that your divine pellet is of better quality, so the color is different? The middle-aged man said with a trace of excitement in his voice. After the middle-aged man confirmed the news, the plaza immediately erupted with noise. The bone-level Dan had appeared, and it was for sale. Even in the divine nations, it was something that had a price but no market. If it was auctioned here, the price could be imagined, not to mention a higher quality pure, white bone-level Dan. The red-clothed man above the pavilion looked at the people in the plaza and whispered, "I must buy one. I must personally confirm if it is a bone-level Dan. Even master cannot refine a white bone-level Dan, while he can only refine 6. With young master's wealth, it won't be a problem for him to buy them all." The old follower said, "If this is a fake bone-level Dan, then we must make this brat look good." The red-clothed man said, "If I'm not lying, then the materials must be real." The middle-aged man had eaten one of Chun Xiang's bone-level Dan, so he was in a hurry to conserve the medicinal energy in case he wasted all his energy on it. When he was done with all of this, he would have to refine the medicinal energy and maybe trigger the chance to condense the bone-level Dan. Everyone should know the value of bone-level Dan, so when you bid, you should have a rough idea. The middle-aged man said, "Let's begin." Xiao Chengel was shocked. This is really a bone-level Dan. Could it be that Master Gua is right? The quality of the pills Qin Xiang refined is the best. Thus the color is different. The middle-aged man in charge of supervising the compet. 1. Taiyan was Master Gua. Since he had the Ti, he must have some status too. And he himself had interacted with bone-level Dan before, so his words were authoritative. Obtained the bone-level Dan's pill formula from the Dan Heart Pavilion. At that time, I was worried that he would attract trouble, so I made him hide it. The old man in charge of the Dan Heart Pavilion knows about this as well. At that time, I told him to keep quiet. Therefore, since Chun Xiang has the bone-level Dan's pill formula, there is no need to doubt this point. Luo Tianjun said with certainty, "Looks like he has already found the bone-level Dan's divine medicine and can refine it." Obtained the bone-level Dan's pill formula from the Dan Heart Pavilion. At that time, I was worried that he would attract trouble, so I made him hide it. The old man in charge of the Dan Heart Pavilion knows about this as well. At that time, I told him to keep quiet. Therefore, since Chun Xiang has the bone-level Dan's pill formula, there is no need to doubt this point. Luo Tianjun said with certainty, "Looks like he has already found the bone-level Dan's divine medicine and can refine it." The white tiger laughed. "What a pity we can't go to bid. I think it's time for me to prepare to cultivate my bones, since it's very obvious that this thing will increase its strength." Luo Tianjun laughed. "You don't have to worry. This guy can casually refine 6 pills. When the time comes, we can find him and buy them at a friendly price." Very quickly, the first bone-level Dan that was auctioned off shot up to 3 million, but each pellet was sold for this price. Now he could already confirm that Chun Xiang was the first in the compet. 1 Taiyan. The bidding was extremely intense, and there were even some experts from the divine nations who were having difficulty buying bone-level Dan S. Now that they could meet one here, they would naturally not let it go. They all believed in Master Gua. Master Gua had tasted it himself and confirmed it. That was why they believed it to be the truth. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 million Shen Yuan stone. Previously, when Chun Xiang obtained the bone-level Dan, he already knew that although it was of low quality, the price would definitely surpass that of many Zhongping Dan. If it was a middle-ranked bone-level Dan, then the price would be even higher. Chun Xiang felt that refining a batch of bone-level Dan was much more worthwhile than refining many of them, and the amount of spirit pearls he used was even less. If he and Feng Yujia were to dual cultivate a live slain method, condense a large amount of spirit orbs, and then refine bone-level Dan together, Then before long, there would be more and more rare bone level Dan. 10 million. The red-clothed man lightly shouted. His voice had an innate aura to it. Although his voice wasn't loud, it contained an imposing aura that made many people in the pavilion quieten down. The ones who were fighting the most fiercely were the experts from the divine nations. These experts all came from different divine nations, and they were in charge of observing the compet. 1. Tie-in and came here to see how the development was going. When they heard the red-clothed man's voice, they didn't dare to raise the price anymore. This was a prince of the divine nations, the son of a divine lord. Even if they were stronger than the prince, they didn't dare to offend him. Chen Xiang was able to deduce something from this. Previously, it was 1,000,000 Shen Yuan stone, but now there was only a voice of 10 million. It was completely silent. Yue said to Qin Xiang through sound transmission, "He's a member of the divine nations' imperial family. I can't forget about his aura. I never thought that someone with this ident. 1. Tai would actually come. It should be something like a prince." As a Pilji Od, he knew that the divine nations' royal family had very high expectations for the Pilji Od. Therefore, he thought that Qin Xiang would have a bright future. But he did not know that Qin Xiang and the divine nations had some contradictions with each other. The first bone level Dan was sold for 10 million, and the person who came up to buy the divine pellet was the red-clothed man's old follower. Although they did not manage to buy the first one, there were still 4 remaining. The rankers from divine nations could only hope that the prince of divine nations was not too greedy and would H the bone level Dan from them, the small fry. He himself knew how to refine bone level Dan. Of course, he did not lack this, even if he did not know how to refine it with his ident. 1. Tai as the divine nations prince, it would be easy for him to get bone level Dan. Young master, are you sure? If it's fake, then I will immediately go kill that brat and fool around with him. The old follower was extremely sincere towards this prince, and couldn't bear to see this prince suffer even the slightest bit. After the red-clothed man finished eating, he lightly sighed, and looked as if he was sincerely convinced. It's a real bone level Dan. It's much better than what I and my master refined. The light yellow color that master and I refined can only be considered to be of low quality, but his was close to that of the peak quality. If we were to sell it in the divine nations, 20 million Shen Yuan stone would be considered very cheap. He mocked himself. It seems like I've picked up a big bargain. The old subordinate saw that his young master had received such a huge blow and became angry. Young master, this must be because of the heavenly alchemy. If you possess the heavenly alchemy, you can definitely be like him, or even Serpa. SS him. I'll help you S-N-A-T-C. H the heavenly alchemy right now. No. The red-clothed man indeed had a trace of intention to S-N-A-H the heavenly alchemy just now, but he told him in the depths of his heart that he could not do so, because this would go against his original intentions. A prince of Blee birth with guidance from a master with abundant resources. But in terms of refining bone level Dan, Qin Xiang had far Serpa. Said him, "We can't touch him." The red-clothed man spoke very sternly. He understood his old follower very well, which was why he was so strict with him. The old follower nodded and sighed. Qin Xiang sold all 5 bone level Dan for a total of 67 million. He was very satisfied with the price. Of course, if he were to sell it in the divine nations, it would sell for even more. Chen Xiang has obtained first place. This is the Life Soul Divine Pill's medicinal formula and ingredients. Master Guo gave the rewards to Qin Xiang and even gave him a storage bag. There were tens of millions of Shen Yuan stone inside, and he did not want to make Chen Xiang's bone level Dan for nothing. By doing this, he would leave a good impression on Qin Xiang. After Qin Xiang received the prize, he quickly left the stage. Just as he walked out of the plaza, Yue immediately transmitted her voice to tell him about what just happened. He walked towards the pavilion that Feng Yujie and the rest were in. which was at the side of the plaza. Just as he reached the bottom of the building, he saw a few figures flying out from upstairs. At the same time, roars of lions erupted outside the city. The divine lion race is here. The elders of the Supreme Divine Palace all flew to the top of the city wall, while the divine lion race and the star moon divine race were outside the city. Feng Yujie brought Shui Bingyan to Chen Xiang's side and said, "Hall Master said the transmission array here is usable. What are your plans? Would you like to teleport out of here or stay here?" "Of course we're staying here. Where's Big Brother Yang?" Yang Tianyi had actually not recovered, but Divine Lion Race and Star Moon Divine Race had already come. He could guess that the reason why Star Moon Divine Race had come was because Star Moon Ancestor Emperor had called him. Yang Tianyi was still fusing with the Star Divine Soul that Yuer had given him, and the time needed to do so exceeded Yuer's expectations. Yang Tianyi was still fusing with the Star Divine Soul that Yuer had given him, and the time needed to do so exceeded Yuer's expectations. The experts from the divine nations also wanted to watch the show, because when they came, they were instructed not to interfere in the matters of especially the conflicts between some of the forces. To the divine nations, the weaker the forces here were, the easier it was to control them. Yuer said, "Yang Tianyi is still in closed-door cultivation. He should be coming out soon. Let's go up the city wall and take a look. If that stupid bear comes, then we won't dare to act rashly for the time being. There's the Prince of Divine Nations here, so he will more or less worry about him." The Compet 1. Taiyan had also been suspended as all the Supreme Divine Palace warriors ran up the walls. Chunxiang and the rest arrived quickly as well. Standing on top of the wall, they saw a large empty PAC with hundreds of gigantic silver lioness outside, all of them dragging gigantic caravans. Other than these, there were also many different colored gigantic lions, all of which were divine lions that the divine lion race could not transform into human forms. On the other side, there were many star and crescent beasts in human form. There were many of them, several tens of thousands of them, and their overall strength was very strong. The divine lion race's gigantic divine lions were set up outside the city. One of them was even taller than the city walls. The other divine lions roared suddenly, the sound waves shaking the city walls. The sound waves spreading far away could be heard. All the mountains were collapsing. The earth was being torn apart. This kind of grand and imposing aura was extremely shocking, causing many weaker humans to tremble in fear. Divine Lion Race, does our Supreme Divine Palace have no enmity with you? What does that mean? Mu Chen was not scared by the aura. She floated in the air and asked loudly with a loud voice. His voice was like thunder, but the aura of a man was not any weaker than the roars of the lions. You bullying the princes of our divine lion race is equivalent to bullying our entire clan. This is an irreconcilable hatred. This is the reason why we have come. Now, we will give you two choices, either to fight or to kowtow to our divine lion race and apologize. An ice-cold voice came out from a carriage house. This must be the patriarch of the divine lion race, Divine Lion King. It was impossible for him to kowtow and apologize, and this matter was caused by the Prince Divine Lions being too arrogant. Mu Chen was only wondering. Divine Lion Race should not have gotten into a fight over this, but now, other than Divine Lion Race, there was also another Star Moon Divine Race. Star Moon Divine Race, what about you? You all don't have any arrogant princes who would come here to humiliate themselves. Mu Chen was already prepared for battle, so he did not hesitate to speak. There was once a little white cat that appeared in your Supreme Divine Palace. Wasn't there? We came here for this. This kitten is still with you, so as long as you hand it over, we will leave immediately. If you don't hand it over, then we can only fight. An old man with long white hair floated in the air and spoke to Mu Chen. Yuer was right here, and she wanted to say something, to delay a little, and only need to wait for Yang Tianyi to come out. From the looks of it, they were evenly matched, and if they were to fight, both of them would definitely suffer, while the Star Moon Divine race was still hiding behind them. Even if the humans could suppress the beasts, the last one laughing would definitely be the Ancestor Emperor. He had yet to make a move yet, and was waiting for the best opportunity. Yuer had been plotted against by that Ancestor Emperor back then, and she was extremely clear about how sinister that Ancestor Emperor was. Mu Chen and the others only knew that the little white cat was with Qin Xiang, but he wasn't with them right now. Last time, your Star Moon Divine race sent an elder over. That little white cat left by herself long ago. That elder confirmed it too, so she isn't here. Mu Qin said. Right now, he did not see the little white cat following Qin Xiang either. Then we can only look for it ourselves. The old man from the Star Moon Divine race sneered. Let our Divine Lion race attack. A giant lion had already rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, the entire body of the lion was still emitting intense flames. As it ran, its steps shook the earth continuously, and cracks had already appeared on the ground. This divine lion that was as tall as a city wall was very strong, possessing the strength of the great D level. If it were to charge over like this, it would definitely cause harm to the protection arrays of the heroes gathering Divine City. At this moment, the white tiger and the vermilion bird were already prepared to sell them and repel them all. Civ blazing demon lion. Yao, stop! When the voice was heard, a figure suddenly appeared above the giant lion. Qin Xiang and the others were very familiar with this voice. Hearing that voice, Qin Xiang knew that Chi-S-H-I Plus was here. He was the real Leonis. As soon as Chi-S-H-I Plus arrived, those divine lions who had yet to take form all crawled down, as if they were wars. H-I Plus pinged their emperor. A long time ago, Chi-S-H-I Plus gained a lot of prestige in the divine lion race. And those giant divine lions here were all teachers back then, so they naturally remembered Chi-S-H-I Plus S aura. Chi-S-H-I Plus had gone to the Lion Emperor's tomb. So for him to be able to return at this time, he must have already obtained the inheritance of the Lion Emperor. The gigantic flame lion called Ayao had already stopped. He was listening to Chi-S-H-I Plus S words very much. Yao, I once told you that you would grow up to be a big man in the future. Now, sure enough. It was a pity. Yen is dead. Chi-S-H-I Plus clenched his fist tightly, his killing intent surged, enveloping the entire divine city. Black clouds instantly covered the blue sky, and streaks of blood-red lightning danced about incessantly as thunder roared. The Yen that Chi-S-H-I Plus was talking about just now was his little brother Chien, in other words, his super old fire beast. After knowing that Chien had Pa-S set away, the divine lions that were crawling on the ground raised their heads and roared loudly, their howls filled with sorrow. Mu Qin and Xiao Changel, the two hall masters, were naturally aware of Chi-S-H-I Plus S situation. They were very surprised that Chi-S-H-I Plus had come at this moment. Yen was killed by that Prince Divine Lions. Chi-S-H-I Plus bellowed, his eyes shooting out two rays of golden light which entered a gigantic RV. Little B-A-S-T-A-R-D, come out! With a furious roar, Chi-S-H-I Plus shattered the carriage into dust. Prince Divine Lions had already lost his usual calmness, and fear filled his face, because he had never felt the anger of several hundred divine lions gathered together to such a terrifying degree. Within the divine lion race, most of the divine lions were bred by Chi-S-H-I Plus back then, and now that they had grown up, when they found out that Chi-S-H-I Plus was still alive, they only recognized him as their king. Divine Lion King could not sit still any longer. He stood up and said coldly, "Everyone, don't believe him. He is just a loser." His appearance was similar to Prince Divine Lions's. The current Divine Lion King and Chi-S-H-I Plus were brothers as well, but they had a different mother. Chi.H.I plus S arrival allowed Qinxiang and Yuer to feel a little more at ease. At the very least, this could delay divine lion race and Yuer for a period of time. Chi plus S arrival allowed Qinxiang and Yuer to feel a little more at ease. At the very least, this could delay divine lion race and Yuer for a period of time. At this time, if the ancestor emperor came out, even if Chi plus came out, it would be very difficult. The divine lion king floated in the air. The golden armor on his body shone brightly in the sun. Although the divine lion race divine lions did not listen to his orders, he was still confident that as long as he could kill Chi plus, the lions would follow him. They only followed the strong warriors. Back then, Chi plus was one of the strong DS in the divine lion race. So when these divine lions saw Chi plus S appearance and felt his aura, they all pledged their allegiance to him. I am a failure, but you are a coward. If I did not risk my life that year, the divine lion race would have been annihilated. But you actually hid behind my back and waited for us to die so you could take over the throne of the divine lion race. If it wasn't for the fact that I used my life that year, the divine lion race would have been annihilated, but you instead hid behind my back and waited for us to die so that we could take over the throne of the divine lion race. Chi plus looked at the terrified Prince Divine Lions and shouted. The Divine Lion King was unable to refute this point. Although the Divine Lions present were idiots, they still remembered these things, because they respected the strong warriors and respected the brave warriors. Back then, Chi Yen and Chi plus had both sacrificed themselves to protect the divine lion race, and they had all remembered this point. The largest flame lion suddenly roared. The sudden explosive roar made everyone's heart jump. The flame lion also spat out a ray of flame, aimed straight at Prince Divine Lions. Humph! The Divine Lion King immediately flew over and waved his palm. At the same time the blue light flashed, the terrifying flame was refracted. At the same time, a blue mist of air dragged a long tail of light, shooting towards the gigantic, blazing divine lion like a meteorite. Although the blazing demon lion king was gigantic like a mountain and strong enough, the one attacking him was a prince of the divine lion race. Such a powerful force was not something he could withstand. Seeing that, Chi plus roared. At the same time he rushed towards the blue mist, his body releasing an intense white light, directly scattering the blue mist that was condensed with a terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, Chi plus broke through the ball of air and arrived in front of the divine Lion King. The moment this warblade appeared, all the lions let out earth-shattering roars. Lion King's war saber, you went to the Lion King's tomb. The divine Lion King was shocked. To be able to obtain this in the Lion Emperor's mausoleum meant that Chi plus had already obtained the recognition of the Lion Emperor. Chi plus did not speak further. The blade had already slashed down rapidly. The blade contained Chi plus anger and strength. The moment the blade was unleashed, a powerful roar came out from the blade. The entire ground immediately caved in, flying up with layers of stone and earth. A gigantic black lion vaguely appeared in the midst of the dust. This slash was extremely terrifying. The divine Lion King had been trembling when Chi plus had attacked, especially when he saw that this was the Lion Emperor's blade. He had already lost the will to fight with Chi plus. Divine Lion King dodged the blade, but Chi plus S blade was not aimed at him. It directly slashed at Prince Divine Lions, who was so scared that he could not move due to the blade's power. The moment the sword slashed down, it was as if a black lion had drilled into Prince Divine Lions' body. The Prince Divine Lions let out a miserable roar and transformed into black fragments. Chi plus. You actually killed my son. As the delay Lion King looked at the scattered black fragments, His entire body trembled in anger. Your son deserves to die. He killed the warriors of my divine lion race. Even if I do not kill him, the members of the divine lion race will not let him go. Chi-S, H-I plus S strength had actually become so terrifying. After killing the Prince Divine Lions, his warblade had already reached the neck of the Divine Lion King. At this time, everyone could see that there was a layer of faint black mist on the golden armor of the Divine Lion King. Seeing this mist, Qin Xiang immediately looked at the white tiger beside him. Tell me, why did you come here? The trouble caused by your son is not enough for you to use the power of your entire clan. Chi-S, H-I plus asked. The Divine Lion King was weaker than Chi-S, H-I plus, hence Chi-S, H-I plus had even more prestige in the Divine Lion race. Divine Lion King did not reply. He looked at the long-haired old man from the Star Moon Divine race. The old man waved his hand, and a red light shot out and struck Chi-S, H-I plus S blade. With a ding sound, the blade in Chi-S, H-I plus S hand was almost knocked flying. It was also at this moment that the old man from the Star Moon Divine race came to the side of the Divine Lion King. Yuer transmitted to Qin Xiang, "This guy is our Star Moon Divine race's Star Moon Beast King." Chi-S-H-I plus seemed to recognize the other party as well and frowned. "It's you? I didn't expect you to be at this height." His cold old face raised a stiff cold smile. Chi-S-H plus, you better not bother about today's matters. You can leave now. I guarantee that you will still be able to live in the future. The matters of your divine lion race will be resolved elsewhere, as long as you don't meddle in today's matters. So what if you are the Star Moon Beast King? My divine lion race's matters are not up to you to cause trouble. Don't tell me that I want to kill this fellow and have you nod your head? Chi-S-H-I plus sneered. Don't think that I don't know about that samsara sacrifice thing. For you be A-S-T-A-R-D-S to have such strength today, you must be sacrificing that little white cat. Chi-S-H-I plus S words caused the Star Moon Beast King's expression to drastically change, because this was their Star Moon Divine race's secret. They could not let anyone else know about it, nor should they let the clan members of the Star Moon Divine race know about it. I didn't want to kill you, but you talk too much. The Star Moon Beast King bellowed angrily. A ball of red fire burst out from its palm and flew towards Chi-S, H-I plus at a close distance. Looking carefully, it was a meteorite that carried a terrifying power. Slashed with his back, at the same time as the blade Chi split the meteorite apart, it shot towards the Star Moon Beast King. At the same time, a roar came out, and the white tiger had already launched its attack. This was one of the 4 protectors of the Beast Divine Palace in the past. Now that he had regained his strength, well, and grasped the very mysterious and terrifying power of the law of darkness. Ancestor Emperor, save me. He was very surprised by the sudden appearance of the white tiger. With Chi-S, H-I plus and the white tiger attacking him, he could only die. When Qin Xiang heard the Star Moon Beast King's roar, he immediately told the white tiger and Chi-S, H-I plus, "You guys hurry up and leave. This Ancestor Emperor is very powerful." Qin Xiang had just finished sending them the sound transmission when a blazing star that was over 10 times the size of a city descended from the sky swiftly. When it pressed down, that scorching aura made everyone feel as if they were in a furnace. Qin Xiang had just finished sending them the sound transmission when a blazing star that was over 10 times the size of a city descended from the sky swiftly. When it pressed down, that scorching aura made everyone feel as if they were in a furnace. When Mu Qin and Xiao Changel saw it, they immediately soared into the sky. The vermilion bird was also involved, followed by Old Iron Sea, CK, Luo Tianjun, Zhu Xiangyuan, and the other elders. Fortunately, they were high up, so they were able to block in time. The flaming star landed in a mountain forest far away. a violent earthquake came. The green mountain range was pushed to the ground by the flaming aura. The scorching fire spread out to a radius of 1,000 miles. At this time, the entire Heroes Gathering Divine City and the Supreme Divine Palace were being attacked by the flames. The flames were wreaking havoc on the land, and the villages near the Supreme Divine Palace had all disappeared. A large part of the forest was destroyed. Everyone was incomparably shocked. If that star had directly landed on the Heroes Gathering Divine City, then the entire Divine City would have definitely disappeared, and this place would have turned into a deep pit. In a few moments, this entire place had turned into a sea of fire. Only the Supreme Divine Palace and the others had not been affected. The red, clothed man floated in the air and looked down at the raging sea of fire. He exclaimed, "Where did this guy come from? If we fall into the city, we might even suffer." The old follower was furious. "Young master, you must tell Divine Lord about this matter. You were almost killed just now." The experts from the divine nations were all extremely shocked. They never thought that the dispute in the Super G, D-Realm, would actually reveal such a terrifying expert. They were already considered strong, but the power of the Ancestor Emperor was enough to kill them. Not long after the sea of fire appeared, it began to rain. In the blink of an eye, the fire was extinguished. Moreover, the ground was even frozen. At this moment, a young brawny man walked out from the ice. This man had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His fierce face was full of anger. He did not get angry, but his appearance alone gave people a sense of fear and oppression. This was the stupid cow that Yue and Yang Tianyi always spoke of, the Ancestor Emperor. He specializes in consuming young stars for cultivation, but those young stars are all of good quality. He can devour all kinds of stars with different attributes, so it's not strange that he can use both ice and fire. Why is Yang Tianyi, that be ASTARD, still not out yet? Yue was extremely anxious. Even divine nations and those guys are afraid now. They probably won't be able to withstand it. If this stupid cow brought 1 or 2 more stars over, Divine City would be gone. It was obvious that it was this fellow who released the stars, and everyone felt that it was definitely not a real star, but rather someone condensed the power of a terrifying star in an instant. Thinking of this, everyone shuddered. "Hand over the kittens, and you'll be fine." Ancestor Emperor's voice was Hoa. R-S-E, it sounded like M-U-F, fled thunder that covered the entire sky. Seeing the appearance of the Ancestor Emperor, the Star Moon Beast King became more confident. But at the same time, the group of elders from the Star Moon Divine race all rushed forward to attack the White Tiger and Chies, HI+. When the Vermilion Bird saw that the White Tiger had been surrounded, it didn't care too much about it and immediately rushed over. Mu Chin, Bidong, and the others were also chatting with the White Tiger previously. "The kitten is hiding in this direction. I can sense it. Did you mean to hide her? All right, I'll kill you guys first, then slowly search for it." A flaming long blade appeared in Star Moon Ancestor Emperor's huge palm and chopped at the White Tiger from afar. Just as the White Tiger was about to be hit, it turned into a cloud of black chi and dodged. At this moment, Chi-S, H-I+, and the others were fighting with the elders of the Star Moon Divine race. What they did not expect was that another gigantic star appeared in the sky. This star was much larger than the previous one, and it landed on the Supreme Divine Palace and the Heroes Gathering Divine City. If it were to smash down again, it would definitely turn into ashes. The rankers from the divine nations did not plan to intervene at the moment. They were happy to see the strength of the Super G, D-Realm weakened, and it was a good thing for them. The gigantic flaming stars emitted red light, enveloping the entire sky above Heroes Gathering Divine City. At this time, the people from Heroes Gathering Divine City all flew out and looked at the sky from inside the Divine City and the shrine, as if they were pressing down from the heavens. Qin Xiang immediately flew high into the sky. He only wanted to use his own strength to stop the formation of the falling spirit stone. But at that moment he saw a big fellow standing on top of their shop in the sky. "It's Yan Tianyi. He came out, he's on the roof of the shop." Yan Tianyi must have definitely been shocked awake from such a huge commotion, and he must have fused with the star divine soul at such a critical time. Yan Tianyi stood on top of the building, his palm faced the sky, and released a ray of white light. The white light that he released was only the size of an arm. Compared to the gigantic flaming star that could cover 100 cities, it was simply too small. However, just as the white light touched the blazing star, cracks appeared on the surface of the blazing star. Following that, Yan Tianyi's white light became a little thicker, bigger than a water jar, and pierced through the entire star. At this moment, everyone could see that not only did this intense white light pierce through the stars, it also caused the surface of the stars to be filled with cracks. It even slowed down the falling speed of the stars. "Stupid cow, you're nothing much." Yan Tianyi laughed out loud, and the white light that was originally the size of a water jar suddenly became extremely huge, enveloping the entire fiery star. This beam of white light appeared for a very short time, almost in a flash, and then the blazing star vanished with the white light. After Yan Tianyi extinguished all the stars, he instantly flashed high up into the sky, then flashed outside the city walls. Standing in front of the Star Moon Ancestor Emperor, the two were of average height. When Star Moon Ancestor Emperor saw Yan Tianyi, he frowned. "I don't know you. Why are you meddling in my affairs? Who exactly are you?" "Only the Divine Nations has someone with such strength. But Divine Nations promised me never to interfere in my affairs." "You don't know me, but I do. You are the famous star swallowing divine cow in Star Law Divine Realm." Yan Tianyi said indifferently. When the Star Moon Ancestor Emperor heard this, he immediately took a few steps back. "Are you the enforcer?" Star Moon Ancestor Emperor shouted in shock. "No, but killing you is enough." Yan Tianyi did not waste any more words. His fist had already smashed into Star Moon Ancestor Emperor's face. Star Moon Ancestor Emperor was immediately sent flying far away, and he could no longer be seen with the naked eye, but the battle here continued. This was a battle between White Tiger, Chi-S, H-I+, and the rest of the Star Moon Divine Race. At this moment, many people were confused. According to the clues they had gathered, all of this was caused by a kitten. This is ridiculous. For a little kitten, he almost destroyed a divine city and shrine. If he did not experience it personally, he would not have believed it. "It's really dangerous. We were almost finished just now." Jiang Xing laughed as he came to Qin Xiang's side. He had initially gone to look for Chi-S, H-I+, but it seemed that he had already found him. Qin Xiang immediately recognized him from his aura. He was the white crocodile of the Beast Divine Palace back then. Jiang Sheng's strength was limited, so he could only watch from the side. Qin Xiang and the rest were also like this, facing such a strong primordial geode. They were simply unable to help. Jiang Sheng's strength was limited, so he could only watch from the side. Qin Xiang and the rest were also like this, facing such a strong primordial geode. They were simply unable to help. Yan Tianyi and the star swallowing divine cow had erupted into an extremely intense battle in the distance. Although they could not see their figures from the city walls, they could see that in the distance, a piece of the ground that was covered by the lava had become completely red. They were evenly matched. If this continued, even if they wanted to determine the victor, it would take a long time, and it would take a long time to do so. After all, with so many things happening here and the strong warriors sent by the Divine Nations the Divine Nations would probably intervene. If that was the case, Divine Nations had made a promise with him. If he was in a crisis, Divine Nations might come and save him. After all, he, the swallowing star cow, had decent strength. Although the elders were fighting with Chi-S, H-I+, and the rest, and were suppressed by them, they had no choice but to let their entire clan attack. However, at this time, many clan members of the Star Moon Divine Race turned into birds and beasts, transformed into streaks of white light, and disappeared in 4 directions. These be ASTARDS. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Yuer was extremely popular in the Star-Moon Divine race, so it was natural that many Star and Crescent Beast would listen to her, especially after knowing that the Star-Moon Ancestor Emperor was treating Yuer in such a manner. They became even more furious. This group of Star and Crescent Beast were originally nurtured by Xingyu's essence, and were gathered in the Star-Moon Divine race. Only a small portion of them were born through reproduction, so they did not have much sympathy for this Star-Moon Ancestor Emperor. They liked Yuer, who often brought them joyous laughter, and Yuer had also helped them over the years. Kill them all. Chi plus. S target was the Divine Lion King. At this time, the Divine Lion King was mixed with the elders of Star-Moon Divine race. If they wanted to kill the Divine Lion King, they would need to eliminate the Star-Moon Beast King. The moment Chi plus gave the order, the giant divine lions who were ready to move launched their fierce attacks together with Chi plus and the others. They condensed some energy in the distance and released it, and very quickly the elders of the Star-Moon Divine race did not have any chance to reverse the situation. They all lost their fighting spirit and only wanted to get rid of Chi plus and the others quickly so that they could escape from this place and save their lives. Chi plus. You and I are still brothers. When the Divine Lion King saw that he had lost his power, he anxiously shouted, but Chi plus did not care about face. He mercilessly slashed with the Lion Emperor's blade. Chi plus scoffed. Chien is also a brother. But what did you do after he was killed by your son? If you really treat us as brothers, then you shouldn't bring your precious son here, and even more so, you shouldn't let him continue to be so arrogant. When Chi plus was killed by the Prince Divine Lions, when Chi plus thought back to this matter, he definitely would not show mercy. He raised the Lion Emperor's battle blade in his hand again, and when it swung down, it turned into countless of blade shadows. After the Divine Lion King had been killed, Chi plus joined the battle between the White Tiger and Elder Xingyu. They wanted to end the battle quickly so that they would have a better understanding of the divine nations and avoid delaying any further. Not long after, all the elders of the Star-Moon Divine race were killed. Although they had powerful strength and had lived for many years, under the attacks of the terrifying primordial divine beasts of the White Tiger family, they were completely annihilated. Fortunately, the Divine City and the Divine Hall are fine. Mu Chen floated in the air and looked down. Although the Divine City and the surroundings of the shrine had been turned into a wasteland, he was not harmed at all. Right now, everyone was watching the intense battle between Yang Tianyi and the Swallowing Star Divine Cow. They didn't dare to get too close to a battle of this level, and when they recalled the blazing star released by the Swallowing Star Cow, they felt a lingering fear. Yueter sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. What the L is this Yang Tianyi doing? He still hasn't used the power of bones up till now, so he should end this battle quickly. Yang Tianyi had merged with his Star Divine Soul. His strength had greatly increased. But he did not use this kind of power. It was unknown if it was Yuer who suddenly transmitted to Yang Tianyi. But the activity in the distance became even more intense, and there was even a terrifying amount of star power. Yang Tianyi came from the Star Law Divine Realm and had been locked in the Star Moon for many years, full of the power of the stars and moon. His star power was also extremely terrifying. He's finally used it. This guy isn't lazy, he's performing well. Yuer transmitted her voice. Qin Xiang also wanted to test how powerful his bones would be once they fused with a strong one. He already had the bones right now, so his strength had increased by a lot, but it just hadn't been done yet. Who is this person? We actually don't know about it. Mu Qin frowned. He looked at Qin Xiang. He's a senior from the Star Law Divine Realm. He's already been in the Super D realm for a while. I was the one who saved him. Chan Xiang said, but he did not say anything about Yuer, because Yuer had enmity with the divine nations. Star Law Divine Realm? I think I've heard that this place is very mysterious, very far away, and much more powerful than the divine nations. Chi S. Hi Plus said, I don't know much either. Chen Xiang did not really want to go to the Star Law Divine Realm. After a short while, silence descended in the distance. Everyone was puzzled. They thought that the battle would last for a period of time, but now it had quieted down. Could it be that the battle had ended? Sure enough, the battle had ended. Yang Tianyi flew over while carrying a fiery red cow on his back. Yang Tianyi's body also had many shocking wounds, and there was even a BLODY hole on his abdomen. There was blood on the horns of the cow he was carrying. The hole on Yang Tianyi's abdomen should have been caused by the horn. Brett, it's your turn. This guy only severely injured Divine Sense C and his body, so he doesn't have any strength to fight back right now. Yang Tianyi let out a light breath. Looking at his current state, one could tell that his injuries were not light. Chen Xiang immediately jumped off the city wall. He had already agreed that the star-swallowing divine cow's divine soul was his, and that he would merge it with his bones. Chen Xiang's movements were extremely fast. As soon as he arrived beside the star-swallowing divine cow, he immediately activated his soul-absorbing devil spell and swallowed the star-swallowing divine cow's divine soul. Stop him! A voice suddenly came from the sky. It was the voice of a middle-aged man in black armor warrior. This group of divine nations experts finally realized that Qin Xiang wanted to take away the star-swallowing divine cow's divine soul. This kind of powerful beast's divine soul was incomparably precious, and it was also extremely difficult to find. Qin Xiang had found 2 divine soul less from the star-swallowing divine cow's divine sense CS. This was considered not bad. He had already begun to take out these 2 divine soul less and guided them to the bones S on his left arm. Qin Xiang had found 2 divine soul less from the star-swallowing divine cow's divine sense CS. This was considered not bad. He had already begun to take out these 2 divine soul less and guided them to the bones S on his left arm. Just as he started, the experts from divine nations came down from the sky. They were a few middle-aged men, followed by a few elderly men, all of them being extremely powerful. One look was enough to tell that they were not a match for the swallowing star cow. At this moment, Yang Tianyi was injured. If this group of people worked together, Yang Tianyi might not be able to beat them. Quickly stop. You are not qualified to have this divine soul. His eyes were filled with a greedy light. Just by looking at it, one could tell that he also wanted this divine soul. If I am not worthy, then you are even less worthy. Qin Xiang was extremely furious, but at the same time White Tiger, Chi S. Hi Plus, and the others also rushed over. Chi S. Hi Plus said coldly, "What do you want to do? You all should have already seen who defeated this cow and gave it to Qin Xiang. What right do you all have to say that he is not worthy?" This middle-aged man in black armor was not afraid of Chi S. Hi Plus. He was stronger than him after all. If I say you're not worthy, then you're not. With that said, middle-aged man in black armor threw a punch towards Qin Xiang's head. The punch was extremely vicious, enough to kill Qin Xiang. With a wave of Chi S. Hi Plus S battle blade, the White Tiger released a streak of black mist and a flame whip from the vermilion bird. They all blocked the middle-aged man in black armor's attacks. Middle-aged man in black armor's punch was blocked, but because of it he was infuriated. From the looks of it, a huge battle was unavoidable. Just as middle-aged man in black armor took out a long blade, old Iron C. K appeared from an unknown place. His movements was extremely nimble. His hand held onto a short blade. He came up to middle-aged man in black armor from behind and quickly stabbed into middle-aged man in black armor's back. No one could have predicted this, especially the middle-aged man in black armor. He never thought that the old man from Supreme Divine Palace would actually sneak attack him, and so decisively as well. The old Iron Sea. Oh, sea. K was very sinister. After getting his hands on it, he ran very quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the wound on the middle-aged man in black armor's back also emitted a burst of black chi. It was obvious that the old Iron Sea. Oh, Sakei's short blade contained a strong poison. The old Iron Sea. Oh, Sakei was a force at the peak of the supreme G. Oh, D-realm with 19 divine deity, while this middle-aged man in black armor had 21. But now he had been defeated by the old Iron Sea. Oh, CK, quickly kill these ASTARDS. Middle-aged man in black armor covered his wounds and crazily swallowed the divine pellets. His skin was already starting to turn black. A golden-armored, middle-aged man shouted, "We will join hands and annihilate him. There will be a lot of divine soul in the divine cow's body. We will split it evenly." The red-clothed man snorted from the air. They should have already been told not to interfere in this matter when they came here. However, seeing that the divine cow was defeated, they felt like taking it for themselves. Of course, when they go back, they won't be blamed because they obtained the divine ox. But now, it seems like they won't be able to get it that easily. The old follower sighed. It's really surprising how many things have happened all of a sudden. It has to be said that this Qin Xiang is quite a character. To actually be able to take on such a strong opponent, and has so many people protecting him. The red-clothed man nodded his head. These are his friends. This is only natural. Qin Xiang was furious in his heart, but he was currently in the middle of absorbing the poison, so he could not stop at all. "Brother Yang, how are you now?" Qin Xiang asked. "I'm fine." Yang Tianyi tried his best to stand up, but just as he steadied himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood and sat down on the ground again. Luo Tianjun and Zhu Shengyuan had also rushed over. Although they knew that they could not beat the experts from the divine nations, they could not watch Qin Xiang get killed by them. 10 or so divine nations, rankers attacked together. They did not take out their weapons, but used the power of the divine sense C to suppress Chi S, H, I plus, and the others in the blink of an eye. UB, AS, T, ARDS, just hurry. When I have the power of the Lion King, I will immediately destroy your dog country. Chi S, H, I plus shouted in anger, transforming into a gigantic white lion. At this time, his divine lion races, gigantic lions, also came over. An old man from the divine nation sneered. "You guys have already fought a big battle and consumed so much energy. What's more, you guys are a group of people who haven't recovered much strength yet. If we kill you now, it can also prevent you from causing huge losses to our divine nations in the future." As they spoke, the White Tiger and Chi SHI Plus were surrounded and attacked by the 4 elders. They cooperated extremely well, using 4 long rods to attack. The defense of the White Tiger and Chi SHI Plus was quickly broken through, followed by a burst of sword rain. These elders of divine nations, using divine artifacts as their attack, had reached the acme of perfection and were extremely sharp. The approaching vermilion bird was also caught up in the fray, being wildly bombarded by these old men using all sorts of powerful divine artifacts. Luo Tianjun and Zhu Shengyuan's side were not much better off. The few middle-aged men they were facing were even more powerful. Without using any methods, just punches and kicks, they were forced to retreat step by step. There was already a huge difference in cultivation, and the opponent had many people. Quickly kill them ASTARDS. The poisoned, middle-aged man in black armor roared crazily. He felt that his situation was very bad and was therefore even more furious. Chi S, H, I plus, and the others were feeling very heavy right now, because if they did not get help soon, they would definitely be finished. Originally, Mu Chen and Xiao Chengle wanted to come over, but the White Tiger had sent a sound transmission to them not to intervene. Right now, Baihu's group strategy was to stall for time as much as possible. They could only blame it on Qinxiang and Yang Tianyi. If you don't use any strength, it's pretty hard to kill. A golden armored man saw through the white tiger's intention to stall for time and sneered. A golden light exploded from his palm towards Luo Tianjun. Pavilion Master! A delicate shout came from afar. It was Shui Bingyan's voice. Shui Bingyan instantly arrived beside Luo Tianjun, and the waves of terrifying cold energy emitted from her body also shocked the experts of the divine nations, because at this moment their feet were frozen in ice and cold energy quickly rushed into their bodies. Qinxiang was suddenly worried in her heart. Although Shui Bingyan was strong, her strength was limited, and now that she had fallen into battle, it was not a good thing. Bai Hu and the others hadn't thought that this usually innocent girl would actually have such terrifying strength. Her methods were also very touching. She actually wanted to save them, so she wasn't afraid of being drawn into this battle with such disparity in strength. Stupid girl, what are you doing here? Luo Tianjun was very touched, but he chided them because he knew very well that it was impossible for Shui Bingyan to stop these divine nations' rancors. Chi S, H.I. Plus, who had turned into a giant white lion, also counterattacked at this time. He rushed to the front of an elder who had been frozen, and with a furious roar, tore an elder into pieces.